Chapter 128 Lock. On the city wall. YNSH-01, JC-01, GD-01, Wengan, and CQ-01 were standing on both sides of Jiangli. City Lord Jiang, the trenches that the constables are in charge of have been completed. At this moment. Thank you, Jiangli. Han Liki walked over quickly and stopped in front of Jiangli. He bowed to Jiangli and reported respectfully, I believe that the trenches will be able to stop the monster cavalry. City Lord, do you want to make a round of inspection in case you miss something? No need. No. Jiangli waved his hand. I don't think you joke around with your life. Han Liki wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Of course, of course. City Lord, the trap construction is also completed. Hong Qianqi and the others came. The city gate should also be reinforced. Hu Dong said. Yes. Okay, Jiangli nodded. Currently, the number of city guards had been expanded over this period of time. They had even recruited young and strong men from the surrounding villages, and the army had already expanded to 5,000. Of course, most of them were reserve recruits who had not undergone much training. There were only about 2,000 people who could be considered as soldiers. The members of the serious gang. There were also quite a few of them, about 4,000. Finally, there were about 1,000 constables from the county government. There were nearly 10,000 people in total. In other words, including the human soldiers in the Great Xia City and his mech army, Jiangli had more than 40,000 soldiers. Half an hour later, Jiangli is preparing to defend the city. There are almost 40,000 soldiers. This is definitely not a weak force. Does this mean that the demon army of Red Dragon County is coming? Has the news been sent out? We have to think of a way to get out of the city. If the demonic army of Red Dragon County is really here, I'm afraid we'll be buried with the Great Xia City. Hurry up and escape. Within the city, the scouts from the Black Dragon County, Five Lake City, Tianshui City, Hope City, and other forces had long discovered the strange situation around the city wall. They clearly saw that Jiangli was arranging his troops and preparing to defend the city. So, they deduced that Jiangli had made all these preparations to defend against the demon army. He might have even known that the demon army was coming. No matter which possibility it was. This meant that the Great Xia City was in danger and they couldn't stay here any longer. The night had come. Shua. Shua. In the alley in the corner, several figures were approaching the city gate stealthily, preparing to climb over the city gate and the city walls to slip out of the Great Xia City. They didn't want to be buried with the Great Xia City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Jiao is out. A few minutes later, a thin figure climbed over the city wall. Ha ha. Immediately, the man laughed proudly and glanced at the city wall behind him in disdain. He looked at the soldiers in the distance and said in disdain, TSK, TSK, what kind of soldiers are these? They are even patrolling at night, but I managed to sneak out so easily. With city guards of this level, the Great Xia City will be destroyed without a doubt. As expected, we have to escape quickly. That guy succeeded. Let's go, let's hurry up and catch up. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Very quickly. A few more figures climbed up the city walls and jumped down. They had successfully left the Great Xia City and their faces were filled with joy. Let's go. They quickened their pace and prepared to escape. It's almost time. At this moment, under the cold moonlight. Let's go. Jiangli quietly appeared on the city wall and looked down at the people who escaped from the city with a cold look. In reality, Jiangli had noticed them a long time ago, but he didn't show up. Instead, he waited for all the spies hiding in the city to show up and then catch them all. Kill him. You're right, Jiangli said coldly. Whoosh. 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 GJS-01 immediately drew its bow and shot an arrow. It was pulled into the shape of a full moon. 5 ordinary arrows were loaded on the longbow. Under the night sky, the arrows drew a cold and sharp light and cut through the sky. Fut. 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 Blood splattered everywhere. 5 of the scouts at the forefront were shot in the head by the arrows and their corpses fell to the ground, fresh blood flowing out. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. We've been discovered. It's Jiang Li. Instantly. What? The few survivors were shocked. They looked back and saw Jiang Li standing on the city wall and looking at them indifferently. There was more. Several Mets were standing next to Jiang Li. Whoosh! 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 GSJ-01 attacked one after another. Sharp arrows pierced through the night sky like the god of death. The people under the city wall could not dodge or escape. They were all killed one after another. A total of 9 people. They were all dead. The targets have all been dealt with. GJS-01 said. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. One had to know. The spies in the city were very cunning. It wouldn't be easy for Jiang Li to find them. If these people didn't want to escape from the Great Xia City, it would take Jiang Li a lot of effort to kill them all. If these spies had been hiding in the Great Xia City all this time, then every major event that happened in the Great Xia City would have been exposed by these spies. The Great Xia City wouldn't have any secrets to speak of. This was not a good thing. So, these spies in the Great Xia City had to be dealt with. Tonight, everything would be settled once and for all. Hegemon, there's movement. Suddenly, YNSH-01 said. There are demon soldiers. There are a lot of them. The demon army is here. Immediately after. In the surroundings. The scouts from the mech cannon spoke one after another. Their eyes were shining as they activated the detection locker skill. Cannon scouting. It was mainly responsible for determining the distance, position, environment, wind direction, altitude, and a series of other situations of the target with the detection and locking spell. After the trajectory was determined, the cannonies would fire and destroy the target. So, the mech cannon could use the detection lock technique to confirm and see targets far away. It was similar to having a super telescope. The main body was a cannon. The cannonball's maximum range could reach up to 30 kilometers. In other words, without any cover, the cannon could at least see the target 30 kilometers away. Only then could the full power of the cannon be displayed. This was a very long distance and shooting range. Is it because the distance is too far? I didn't see anything. Jiang Li frowned and looked around, but he could only see darkness. He didn't have the detection skills of the cannon, nor did he have YNSH-01's terrifying vision. After all, Jiang Li was only at the early stage of level 1 while YNSH-01 was at the late stage of level 3. The difference was huge. My lord, I can close the distance between us and the target by shooting from a distance. I can project images to help my lord observe the enemy from a distance. At this moment, XX-01 said to Jiang Li, execute it immediately. Jiang Li's hand said with joy. Yes. XX-01 nodded. Immediately, XX-01 began to use its skill. Its eyes lit up like 2 beams of light, passing through the obstacles of space and traveling into the distance. After that, he raised his right wrist and a projection light appeared, projecting a slightly blurry image in front of Jiang Li. Obviously, this was because it was nighttime and the distance was too far. XX-01 could only barely project the enemy's image, so it was a little blurry. However, that was more than enough. It's indeed a demon army. Jiang Li looked at the projection. In the image, only a portion of the demon army was captured. There were many demon soldiers and they were densely packed together. Their military killing intent was extremely strong and it made people feel extremely pressured when they attacked. Artillery, at the current distance, can you lock onto the target and launch a long-range bombardment? What's going on? Jiang Li asked the mech cannon beside him. Yes, I can. The mech cannon responded. All right. Great, Jiang Li was excited. Very good. Prepare the long-range artillery immediately. I'll let the demon army of Red Dragon County have a taste of being bombarded before they arrive at the city. Yes, Chief Sovereign. The 2,000 mech cannons responded in unison. Buzz. Woo woo woo. Immediately after, the 2,000 mech artilleries all activated their scouting skills. Their eyes shone as they scouted and locked onto the demon army, sending information to the cannon operators. Catcher! Catcher! Behind the city wall, the rows of cannon vehicles started to move, and the cannoneers controlled them to adjust the angle and position of the cannons based on the information they received. One had to know. The cannoneers could see the enemy from behind the wall and couldn't determine where the enemy was. They could only rely on the information sent by the cannoneers. It could be said that the detection of the mech cannon was like the eyes of the mech artilleries. NB-01 has locked onto the target, awaiting further instructions. NB-09 has locked onto the target, awaiting further instructions. Target locked on by number BB-050, awaiting further instructions. In less than half a minute, the 2,000 scouts asked for Jianglei's orders one after another. Because they were too far away, it took them half a minute. Fire immediately. Jianglei took a deep breath and shouted, "Fire! Fire! Boon! Boon! Boon!" In that instant, behind the city wall, the mechanical cannons fired one after another, and the muzzle of the cannons emitted a dazzling flame. The pungent smell of gunpowder smoke gradually spread. The cannonball was fired, shaking the ground. In the silent night, the sound of the explosion was extremely clear. It spread throughout the entire Great Shear City, alarming many residents. "What is this? Look, they are flying into the sky. Those balls of fire are all flying into the sky. Sci-fi. What kind of weapons are these?" In the surroundings, the city guards, the constables, and the members of the Sirius gang all looked up. They could clearly see the unknown fireballs flying into the sky. Shocking. Such a scene shocked everyone. In reality, this was only the first round of cannon fire. The 500 artillerymen fired at the same time, and the artillerymen quickly drove the cannon vehicles to the back. The artillerymen reloaded the shells, and the 500 artillerymen behind quickly followed. On the city wall, Jianglei stared at the image XX01 projected. He wanted to know what kind of damage the long-range bombardment of 500 mechanical artilleries could do to the 100,000 demon soldiers. Chapter 129 Long-Range Bombing. In the image, the demon army that was 30,000 meters away from the Great Shear City was marching at an extremely fast speed. They were planning to attack the Great Shear City tonight and take it down. Finally, they would massacre the entire city. "Red Dragon Commander Prince, with our marching speed, we will arrive at the Great Shear City in about half an hour." The Purple Lightning Wing said. He would be there in half an hour. In other words, in half an hour they could travel 30 kilometers. If the speed of the army was converted to the speed of a car, it would be about 60 miles an hour. He was definitely not slow. The reason why the marching speed was so fast was naturally because of the reinforcement of the marching army formation. Report. Suddenly, the captain of the reconnaissance air force quickly flew over and shouted, "A large number of unidentified flying objects have been discovered ahead. They are approaching at an extremely fast speed." "An unidentified flying object? What do you mean? What's the specific?" The Purple Lightning Wings and the other commanders and generals asked. "This Bayan." The captain of the reconnaissance air force was stunned for a moment. He couldn't explain it clearly for a while. "From afar, it looks like a ball of fire, but it's not. That's why I can't be sure. All troops, be on guard." Lankert shouted. "There's no harm in being careful." Yijiha nodded. "Be alert," the Purple Lightning Wing said. "I'd like to see what Jianglei is going to do." The Red Dragon looked up at the sky. "Sure. Sure. Sure." The next moment, 500 cannonballs appeared in the sky above the demon army. With a brilliant blaze, they fell directly on the 100,000 demon soldiers below. Boon. 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 It exploded. The 500 cannonballs landed accurately in the middle of the army and exploded one after another, filling the sky with flames. The blast wave spread in all directions and shrapnel flew everywhere, tearing the demon soldiers' bodies apart. He looked around. It was as if a flower had blossomed in the center, beautiful and gorgeous. Ah! What is this thing? Help! Help me! Phut! He screamed. A large number of demon soldiers screamed in pain as they were directly blown to death by the cannonballs. The level 1 demon soldiers were still fine, but those below level 1 were directly killed. Heavy casualties. Instantly. The demon general's eyes widened in shock. He was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? What kind of weapon is this? How can there be such terrifying destructive power? Furthermore, they are flying over. You must know that the Great Sheer City is nearly 30 kilometers away from us. This. The demons were shocked. Jiang Li. The red dragon's eyes turned completely dark. The flames around him danced and an extremely deep dragon roar came from his body. He had miscalculated. The red dragon had miscalculated. He had thought that the things flying in the air would not have much destructive power and would at most be similar to trebuchets. He did not expect that they would cause such great damage. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Jiang Li laughed loudly. Through XX-01's projection, he clearly saw the 500 cannonballs in the middle of the demon army and how much damage they had caused. A rough estimation. At least 5,000 demon soldiers had died. Of course. Most of those who died were demon soldiers below level 1. Continue. Good. Jiang Li was excited. The destructive power of the mechanical artilleries didn't disappoint him. 2 million energy points and 8 level 2 soul tinders weren't wasted. Bombard them. I'd like to see how many demon soldiers will be left after the bombardment of 2,000 mechanical artilleries over a distance of 30 kilometers. Yes. Yes, sir. The cannons responded in unison and continued to use their skills to lock onto the long-range target. Boon. 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 The next moment. Another round of bombardment. The 500 cannonballs flew into the sky with dazzling flames. The initial speed of the cannonballs had already reached nearly 1,000 meters per second, which had long surpassed the speed of sound. It's here again. It's here again. Be careful. Hurry up. Set up the army formation. We can't let them fall into the army. Intercept. Intercept. The generals and commanders of the demon army widened their eyes and gave their orders. They were no longer as calm as they were before. Boon. The purple thunder wings shot out an arrow. The arrow pierced through the air with a flash of lightning and pierced through one of the cannonballs. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bang. Bang. The cannonball exploded in the air. Bang. 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 It could be seen. Many of the Stage 2 generals made their moves, leaping into the air and intercepting the incoming cannonballs, causing them to explode in the air. Roar. Furthermore, the army formation rotated, forming a huge beast shadow with great power. It pounced into the sky and blocked the bombardment of the cannonballs. The surroundings were filled with the smell of smoke. They've all been intercepted. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows. Obviously. The battle didn't go as smoothly as Jiang Li expected. The first round of bombardment. Due to Red Dragon and the rest's carelessness, the 500 cannonballs exploded in the middle of the demon army, killing more than 5,000 demon soldiers. After the second round of long-range bombardment, they were more alert and immediately thought of a way to deal with it. They relied on their Stage 2 general to intercept the shells in the air. Moreover, the power of the army formation was not weak. I don't have much, but I have enough cannonballs and energy points to replenish my ammunition. Humph. Jiang Li snorted. Keep firing. 500 artillerymen in 1 round. Keep firing. I'd like to see how many of them can stop. Yes. Yes, sir. The artillery carried out Jiang Li's order loyally. Boon. 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 Behind the city wall. The mech artilleries fired round after round, with 500 shells in one round, forming a seamless chain, allowing for continuous long-range bombardment. Under the night sky, one by one, the artillery shells shot into the sky, bringing with them trails of flames. The incomparably dense smoke filled the great sheer city. Rumble. The army formation started to move. All the second-rank generals took action and blocked the cannonballs. However, some of them still managed to slip through the net and caused losses to the demon soldiers. The most important thing was, due to the long-range bombardment of the mechanical artillery, their marching speed was slow. If this continued, they didn't know when they would reach Great Sheer City. Half an hour later, under the continuous bombardment of the mechanical artilleries, the demon army's formation was in a mess. The ground around them was full of holes caused by the shells. But in order to block the cannonballs, there were already level 2 demon generals who were injured by the cannonballs. They coughed out blood and their armor was cracked. Unfortunately, the cannon soldiers were all at the early stage of Stage 2. If the artillery squad reached the perfected stage of Tier 2, they would need to reach the perfected stage of Tier 2 to intercept the cannonballs. Otherwise, even if they managed to intercept the cannonballs, they would still be killed. Boom. The red dragon leaped into the air with the red heavenly halberd in his hand. His figure broke through the sky like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. His body was burning with red flames as he swept the halberd in all directions. In that instant, a blazing flame spread forward and enveloped the area. Bang, 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 bang. The cannonballs were all sent flying by the red dragon's halberd. They exploded in the air, setting off a shockwave that forced the red dragon back. This red dragon. You're a level 3 monster indeed. You've just awakened your bloodline. You've knocked back so many cannonballs with one attack. He is indeed powerful. Jiang Wang. The purple lightning wings and the others cried out in alarm. I'm fine, she said. The red dragon took a deep breath and descended from the sky, riding on the back of a male lion. His eyes were cold as he looked up in the direction of the Great Sheer City. Pass down my order. Activate the Crimson Dragon Army formation and rush to the Great Sheer City at all costs. Even if there are casualties, it's fine. The red dragon said in a deep voice. Yes. Yes, sir. The purple lightning wings, Lan Qi, and the other commanders nodded and passed on Red Dragon's order. Jiang Li, I've underestimated you. The Red Dragon's eyes were gloomy and his voice was low. The army has yet to reach the Great Sheer City. They are only halfway through, and you have already given me such a big gift. I've never heard of such a method of bombing from such a long distance. Don't worry, I will personally wring your head off and return this great gift to you. Whoosh! The red dragon gave the order. All the demon soldiers worked together. The 4 armies' battle formation combined and enveloped all the demon soldiers. The power of their bloodlines combined and formed a vast military killing aura. Roar! In the air, the battle formation condensed a huge blood-red dragon that was almost 300 meters long. It was vivid and lifelike. Although it was slightly illusionary, it had an extremely fierce aura. Powerful. It was extremely powerful. Boom. 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 As the cannonballs came, the blood-colored flood dragon roared and wagged its tail, blasting the cannonballs and causing them to explode in the air. Fut. Fut. But at the same time, within the formation, demon soldiers vomited blood as they suffered the backlash from the formation. Furthermore, the formation required the demon soldiers' bloodline power to function. Therefore, every time they blocked the bombardment of the artillery shells, the demon soldiers would die from the backlash of the army formation. Some of them would fall due to insufficient bloodline power, and some would even be sucked dry by the army formation. The army formation was powerful, but it also had side effects. The more powerful the army formation was, the greater the side effects. The Crimson Dragon Army formation was a Grade 2 army formation. Generally speaking, he would not use it unless it was a critical moment. Red Dragon was forced to order the Red Dragon Army formation. It could be seen that he was also being bombarded by the mechanical artilleries and had no choice but to brace himself. There's still such a move. Jiandli clearly saw how the demon army responded through the remote projection. He had seen the power of an army formation before. The formation of the snake army could block the machine guns of the fire mechs. The demon army from Red Dragon County was able to block the bombardment of the mechanical artilleries. The power of this army formation was truly extraordinary. However, Jiandli also saw that every time they blocked, they would cause casualties. Don't stop, continue bombing. Kill as many as you can. Go. Jiandli ordered. Time passed. The Red Dragon did not care about the price, operating the Red Dragon army formation and marching at full speed. He himself also took action one after another to intercept the artillery shells that were blasting over. 10 minutes later, the demon army had entered the range of the anti-aircraft cannons. Open the city gates. Get ready. Jiandli immediately shouted, all transport mechs, get ready to leave the city. Cooperate with the artillery to fire from a distance. Chapter 130 Nemesis. What are you doing? Didn't you hear the city lord's orders? Quickly open the city gates. Hong Chancha shouted. Boon. Boon. At the city gate. The reinforced city gate was extremely heavy, and it took 4 city guards to push it open with all their might, causing a clear rumbling sound. Immediately after, transport trucks drove out of the city gate and lined up under the city wall. The anti-aircraft guns were adjusted and aimed at the sky, forming a long battle line. Catcher! Catcher! The cannoneers started to adjust the angle of the cannons. In reality, without the buffer of the city wall, the transport trucks were directly exposed to the enemy's sight. The safety of the transport mechs was not guaranteed. This was something that could not be helped. The transport mech was only a transport mech with only a gunner and a driver. It didn't even have any skills, so it couldn't even be considered a submech. The transport mechs didn't have cannons, so they couldn't lock onto their targets. They couldn't bombard from behind the city wall like artillery. Thus, they could only leave the city. At this moment, the ground was shaking slightly. A large number of demon soldiers were marching, causing the ground to shake. They were 10 kilometers away from the Great Sheer City, but Jiandli could already see them under the bright moonlight. After all, he was a martial artist at the early stage of level 1, and his eyesight was far better than ordinary people. My lord, the Great Sheer City is right in front. The purple thunder wings flapped and lightning flashed. He flew in the air and looked into the distance. He could clearly see the Great Sheer City and the transport trucks outside the city walls. Increase the speed. The Red Dragon's eyes were cold as it stared ahead. Yes. All troops, charge. Rumble. The demon soldiers roared, and so did the generals. The army formation rotated, and the Scarlet Flood Dragon roared. Its might surged, and a terrifying pressure gushed out. Even though he was more than 10,000 meters away, Jiandli felt tremendous pressure. He's so strong. And there are too many demon soldiers. The city guards, the members of the Sirius gang, and the constables of the county government couldn't help but tremble. They had never seen such a formation before. Fire the anti-aircraft guns. Stop. Jiandli shouted. Boon. 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 2,000 anti-aircraft guns fired at the same time. 2,000 cannonballs shot into the sky, including 100 perfected Stage 2 transport mechs. It was even more powerful. Rumble. The 2,000 cannonballs landed in the midst of the demon army and exploded one after another. One could only see a series of flames that continued to explode like extremely gorgeous fireworks. It was dazzling and the airwaves rolled. Roar. The Scarlet Flood Dragon roared, and its might shook the heavens and earth as it resisted the bombardment of the artillery shells. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. Fut! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. A large number of demon soldiers died, some even being sucked dry by the army formation. Tragic. It was extremely tragic. Sci-fi. On the city wall, Hanliki witnessed the scene with his own eyes and gasped. His eyes were filled with shock. This Yingluo, he's too powerful. He's simply too powerful. This round of attacks has caused countless casualties among the demon soldiers. Hong Qianchi shouted excitedly. Ha 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 ha. Hu Dong laughed. The city lord's subordinates are too strong. Wang Pingyuan swallowed his saliva and his expression became more and more respectful. It's mainly because the power of this weapon is simply terrifying. Especially on the battlefield, it can exert unimaginable destructive power. Xu Wei said. Continue. Jiang Li's eyes were cold. On the surface, after the series of explosions, the demon army lost nearly 20,000 soldiers. However, they did not suffer any serious injuries as most of the dead were demon soldiers below level 1. Of course, Jiang Li was quite satisfied with the damage. The main reason was that the distance was too far and the demon army could only passively take the attacks without being able to counterattack. Boon. 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 The artillery and transport mechs continued to bombard the demon soldiers, causing damage to them. Time passed. The demon army was gradually approaching the city. Finally, the demon army was within 1,000 meters of the Great Xia City, which was the shooting range of the firearm mechs. Fire mech, fire. Jiang Li waved his right hand. Catcher. Catcher. Da. In an instant, the 3,000 perfected stage firearm mech fired at the same time and the bullets rained down on the demon army. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. The army formation moved, forming a blood-black fog of light that blocked countless bullets. One could clearly see the bullets floating in the air, gradually losing their momentum and falling to the ground. It was blocked as expected. Jiang Li frowned. Obviously, military formations were the firearm mech's biggest enemy. Jiang Li had noticed it in the previous battles and he was certain now. As long as the army controlled the battle formation, they could gather the military killing intent and consume the bloodline power of the demon soldiers to form a defensive fog that could block the bullets of the firearm mechs. Of course, the side effect of the army formation would bite back at the demon soldiers, causing them to die. As long as the general formation was broken, the firearm mechs would be able to use their full power and cause a lot of casualties to the demon soldiers below level 1. Infantry regiment attacked the city. Lankard roared. Kill. Charge. Instantly, tens of thousands of demon soldiers formed a huge charging army and headed straight for the Great Xia City. The sounds of battle cries, roars, and explosions mixed together. Ah! Fut! Fut! The demon soldiers at the front stepped into the trap that Hong Qianchi and the others had dug in advance and fell in. Even though they were wearing armor, they were still pierced through. Blood splattered everywhere. Many demon soldiers were killed or injured. The trap is working. You bastard demons, go to hell. Hu Dong and the others laughed. However, soon they could no longer laugh. There were too many demon soldiers and with their vigilance, they avoided the traps and even filled the pits with corpses. The most important thing was, the traps could only cause damage to the weaker demon soldiers. The stronger demon soldiers would only be slightly injured even if they stepped on the traps. Of course, these traps and fortifications were very useful in scattering the demon soldiers' charging formation. Biomech controlled the undead puppets to charge and stop them. Stop! Jiang Li shouted. Yes. Roar. Below the city wall, the zombie puppets roared under the control of the biochemical mech. Poisonous mist spread out from their bodies. They bared their fangs and claws and charged at the demon soldiers. Kill. Fut. 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 The two sides finally confronted each other. 11,000 walking corpse puppets killed their way into the demon army's infantry regiment. The fierce battle began. Below the city wall, tens of thousands of living beings fought and the smell of blood spread. It was extremely pungent. Die. Boon. Lankard's blood power gushed out. With just one slash, he chopped a second-rank undead puppet's head into two. Demon soldiers, take note. These things are not alive. Their weakness is their heads. As long as their heads are destroyed, they will not be able to move. Lankard immediately found the weakness of the undead puppet. Yes. Kill. Aim for their heads. The demon soldiers roared. Jiandling noticed Lankid and his eyes were filled with killing intent. YHSH-01, send out the early stage level 3 walking corpse puppet and kill this monster. Yes. YNSH-01 nodded and waved his right hand. Roar. Immediately after, from behind YNSH-01, a black figure jumped out. His eyes were dark as if they had swallowed all the light, and black mist surrounded him. It was the early stage 3rd rank walking corpse puppet that Jiang Boy had transformed into. Boon. Under YNSH-01's control, the early stage rank 3 zombie puppet jumped off the city wall and rushed into the battlefield like a black flash. His goal was clear. It was Lankid, who was in the middle of the battlefield. Fut. Fut. The early stage rank 3 undead puppet waved its hands. From its 5 fingertips, bone armor grew and turned into sharp claws. Ah! One by one, the demon soldiers were torn apart, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. Some were even torn into 2 or 3 pieces. One had to know. The early stage of the 3rd order undead puppet had the strength of the 3rd order. Even if it could only move by instinct, it was the weakest level among the 3rd order. However, it was still at the 3rd rank. Commander, be careful. In the surroundings. The demon general saw the scene. The early stage rank 3 walking corpse puppet was as fast as lightning. It broke through the layers of blockade, killed a large number of demon soldiers and rushed straight towards Lankid. What a fast speed! Lankid was shocked. Whoosh! The early stage of the 3rd order undead puppet's hands were tearing towards Lankid's head. The air seemed to be torn apart by the sharp claws, making a sharp whistling sound. Roar! Lankid circulated his full power and his bloodline burst forth. A huge black werewolf phantom appeared behind him and then it merged with his body, causing his aura to skyrocket. Clang! Lankid slashed with all his might. Boon! The 2 sides collided and an explosion rang out. Energy exploded and air waves rolled. The ground was shattered and Lankid let out a blood-curdling scream. He vomited blood as his body was sent flying. Face to face. Lankid was at a disadvantage. Commander! The infantry regiment generals exclaimed. In the air. The eyes of the purple lightning wings were filled with shock. They clearly saw the scene of Lankid's defeat. They were shocked. Lankid was actually injured in one move. Doesn't that mean that he's a tier 3? Archers, get ready. At the rear of the demon army, nearly 10,000 demon race archers formed a formation. Under the command of the commander of the Archer Corps, Yi Gong, they aimed at the Great Xia City. Release the arrows. Yi Gong waved his right hand. Whoosh! 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 In that instant, thousands of arrows formed a rain of arrows that covered the sky and fell on Jiang Li. Fut! 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 Below the city wall, many of the undead puppets were shot through the head and fell down. Even if they weren't shot in the head, their limbs would still affect the battle. Clang, clang, clang. A large number of arrows also hit the transport trucks, even piercing the iron sheets, causing the damage to the transport trucks to increase. Fortunately, the defense on the wall was well done. The firearm nets were not hit by the arrows. All the arrows hit the cover. The city guards, the members of the Sirius gang, and the constables from the county government didn't die either. However, this was only a probing attack by the demon army and the archers. Chapter 131 Dragon Man. Whoosh! 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 After only half a second, the second round of arrows from the demon army's archers came again. The sky was filled with arrows and they poured down like a storm. Ah! Finally! There were still casualties. Some of the city guards on the city walls were shot in the chest by the arrows and blood flowed out as they fell. All first-tier soldiers, come out. Jiang Li looked down at the battlefield, waved his right hand and gave an order. Yes. Yes, sir. Sure. 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 3,000 perfected stage combat matches, 3,000 perfected stage cold weapon matches, and 3,000 perfected stage biochemical matches. There were close to 10,000 mechs in total. They all jumped down from the city walls and charged into the battlefield like dumplings, charging towards the demon infantry at the forefront. Kill. Deafening battle cries rang out. Fut. 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 The next moment, as nearly 10,000 perfected stage level 1 mechs joined the battle, the situation changed instantly. The mechs were overpowered. Grand completion of rank 1. These soldiers are all at the perfected stage of level 1. Sci-fi. Nearly 10,000 perfected stage 1 puppets. The demon soldiers gasped. Hurry up. Quickly get into formation. They roared. Boom. However, it was too late. The demon army's formation had been completely scattered. They could not gather together, so how could they set up an army formation? He was gradually at a disadvantage against the 10,000 perfected stage mechs. Kill. Boom. Die. The level 2 demon general roared and used all his strength to kill the perfected stage mechs. The intense battle broke out and some mechs were scrapped. In the Air Force led by the Purple Thunder Wings also began to show their might. They had an innate advantage in the air, using bows and arrows to carry out long-range attacks and even throwing spears. Furthermore, the Purple Thunder Wings stared at the transport mechs that were lined up under the city wall. Electric-powered mechs, all of you, come down. Jiangli waved his right hand. Yes. Sure. Sure. 1,990 electric-powered mechs, 1,900 of which were at the early stage of level 2 and 90 of which were at the perfected stage, jumped off the city wall. Catcher! Catcher! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The early stage level 2 electric mechs were powerful. They controlled electricity and formed lightning. They blocked the attacks of the Purple Thunder Wings and protected the transport mechs. Anti-aircraft guns immediately bombarded the air troops. Mech drivers, Jiangli shouted. Get off the car and join the battle. Attack the enemy. Yes. 2,000 mech drivers jumped off the trucks. 100 of them were perfected stage level 2. Even though they were the weakest among their level, they were still perfected stage level 2. His strength wasn't low. Boom. Boom. The anti-aircraft guns fired, bombarding the subordinates with the purple lightning wings. A series of cannonballs exploded in the air, killing many of the Birdman demon soldiers. Ah! Fut! Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and broken limbs fell from the sky. Giant crossbow unit. Fire! At this moment, at the rear of the demon army, the archers mobilized their powerful siege weapons, which were giant crossbows. They were extremely ferocious, and the crossbow arrows were as thick as an arm. There were 1,000 of them. Thump! The giant crossbow was fired, producing a sonic boom. The arrow tore through the air, producing an extremely terrifying power as if it could penetrate everything. Crack! The city walls. The city wall was penetrated by the arrows and cracks began to spread. Boom! Not only that. There were also a few transport trucks that were pierced by the crossbows and exploded, turning into flames that filled the sky. They were directly scrapped, showing the power of these giant crossbows. Jiangli's pupils constricted. All right. The purple lightning wings were excited. Again. Yi Gong shouted. Very quickly. The demon soldiers began to reload their crossbows. Artillery, lock onto the archers and fire. Don't give them a chance. Jiangli immediately shouted. Don't give them a chance. Yes. The mech cannons locked onto the target and determined the trajectory. The mech artilleries adjusted the angle of the barrels, loaded the shells, and immediately fired. Boom. 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 The cannonball flew across the sky and landed directly in the midst of the archers. Be careful. Not good, another explosion. Intercept. The purple lightning wings and the others roared. Bang. 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 Whoosh. 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 JJ01, GJS01, CQ01, and the perfected stage level 2 electric mech all attacked. Sniper bullets tore through the air, sharp arrows cut through the sky, and lightning raged. Ah! The purple lightning wings and the demon soldiers and generals screamed in pain. Fut! Blood splattered everywhere. Rumble! The cannonballs fell into the group of archers and exploded. The flames soared into the sky, and the shock waves and shrapnel wreaked havoc in the surroundings. The demon soldiers were blown to pieces, and so were the giant crossbows. Continue. Stop! Jiang Li shouted. Boom! 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 The artillery continued to bombard the archers, causing a huge number of casualties. Ah! Yi Gong bellowed, but there was nothing he could do. He tried his best to stop the cannonballs, but he was powerless in the face of thousands of them. The giant crossbows were almost completely destroyed, and the archers suffered heavy losses. Fut! Yi Gong vomited blood. He had been injured by a cannonball. At this moment, the battle had gradually entered a state of white heat. Other than YHSH-01 and the other mechs who were protecting him, Jiang Li had sent out all his mechs. It even included the sub-branch of the mechanical artillery, cannon driver. The city guards, the members of the Sirius gang, and the bailiffs from the county government also joined the battle. Outside the Great Sheer City, as far as the eye could see, it was all a battle. Kill. Yi Zhihe led 30,000 soldiers to fight against Jiang Li's mechs. The infantry and cavalry of the demon army formed a battle formation to fight against Jiang Li's mechs. Ah! Fut! Perfected stage level 2 electric mechs were very powerful. When they worked together, they were almost invincible on the battlefield. They broke through the army formation and killed their way into the demon army. The palm print was like thunder, killing the level 2 demon general. Of course, this was also because there were a large number of mechs taking most of the pressure. Otherwise, the perfected stage electric-powered mechs wouldn't have been able to achieve such a result. For example, in the Green Mountain Range, 10 perfected stage level 2 electric mechs charged at the 100,000 demon soldiers fearlessly, but they were all killed. Only 2,000 demon soldiers were injured. The situation on the battlefield was gradually tilting in Jiang Li's favor because the lowest level of Jiang Li's mechs was perfected stage level 1. They were strong and fearless. On the other hand, the demon army. As more and more demon soldiers died, their numbers decreased and their morale gradually fell. Even if there was a double difference in numbers, it would be useless. If not for the formation's great effect, the demon army would have already begun to collapse. Your Highness, save me! Lankard was screaming. His left arm had been cut off. In order to fight against the early stage of the third-rank walking puppet, Lankard didn't hesitate to burn his bloodline to enhance his strength. However, he was still not a match. Lankard! The purple lightning wings cried out in alarm and quickly shot an arrow. Lightning flashed and cut through the night sky. The rank 3 zombie puppet waved its right hand and its sharp claws blocked the arrow. This Bayan, the commander of the cavalry regiment, Mo Lin, widened his eyes. One had to know. The 4 commanders were all at the perfected stage of stage 2, and they were half a step into stage 3. They were the strongest below stage 3. There was not much difference in strength. And now, Lankard had actually been beaten up like this. Tier 3. It must be Tier 3. The Great Sheer City actually had a Tier 3 existence. We miscalculated. Mo Lin and the others were a little frightened. Sigh. Yi Zhihe gasped. He observed the battle around him and realized that they had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Rank 2. There are so many second-rank experts. Zhongde's pupils contracted and he screamed in shock, this when NI. There are at least 4,000 to 5,000 Tier 2 human warriors here. Oh my god, Yin Luo. There's still a Pishio, there's still a perfected stage 2 Pishio. How can we fight this? Gulp. The demon soldiers from Yahuan County swallowed their saliva. They already had the intention to retreat. They had lost all their will to fight and even their voices were trembling. Scare the demon? It was too scary. Red Dragon Commandery Prince, are you sure this is just a city? And not the capital of the Great Ganlord dynasty? Or could this be a trap set by the Great Qian dynasty to kill the 100,000 demon soldiers of Red Dragon County? Yi Zhihe wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. As long as I'm here. The Red Dragon took a deep breath and looked up at Jiang Li, who was standing on the city wall and looking down at the battlefield. His eyes were cold and red flames were burning. We will definitely win this battle. Boom. After the Red Dragon's bloodline had awakened, he had already shed his beast form. On the surface, he looked no different from a human, but this was not his combat form. Roar. His bloodline was activated, and with a dragon's roar, a crimson flood dragon appeared and fused within. Crimson dragon scales appeared on his body. Finally, in the air, a figure covered in crimson flames, crimson flood dragon scales, crimson flood dragon claws, crimson flood dragon tail, and vertical crimson pupils appeared. Dragon Man. This was the Red Dragon's battle form. Whoosh. At this moment, the might of an early-stage Tier 3 demon exploded out, almost suppressing the entire battlefield. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, producing a terrifying pressure. So strong. He's even stronger than Jiang Boi. Everyone in the Great Xia city looked up at the figure in the sky. Under the pressure of this might, their faces turned pale and they felt as if they were being crushed by a mountain. In reality, Jiang Li felt the pressure too. He circulated his internal force and his qi and blood to resist the pressure. Tier 3. The Red Dragon was indeed at Tier 3. The regional king is about to make his move. With the regional king's strength, it's enough to kill all these Stage 2 human warriors. That's right. As long as the regional king is here, we will definitely win this war. The demon soldiers were all excited by the Red Dragon's might. Roar. Under YNSH-01's control, the early stage rank 3 zombie puppet roared. It jumped up, crushed the ground, and rushed toward the Red Dragon. Rip. The sharp claws slashed out. To test the Red Dragon's strength. A mere living dead. Thump. The Red Dragon didn't use any weapons. He raised his hand and punched out. The air collapsed and compressed, making a loud sound. The flame exploded and the early stage rank 3 walking corpse was sent flying. Both of its arms were broken. Boom. The early stage 3rd rank walking corpse puppet fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Chapter 132 Intense Battle. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows and looked down at the beginner-level Stage 3 walking corpse puppet that fell to the ground. A lot of dust spread and blocked his vision. In the sky, the Red Dragon revealed its Dragon Man battle form and its power became more and more powerful. Especially after sending the early stage rank 3 walking corpse puppet flying with a punch, its momentum increased again. It was as if no one could stop him. My king. The regional king. Below. The tens of thousands of demon soldiers cheered loudly, each wave louder than the previous. The deafening shouts seemed to form a strong morale-suppressing force, which had a huge impact on the soldiers of the Great Xia city. The pressure suddenly doubled. However, this kind of morale couldn't affect the match at all. No matter how strong the Red Dragon and demon soldiers were, they couldn't make the match feel any fear. Rumble. Behind the city wall, the artillery was still bombarding the battlefield as well as the anti-aircraft guns. The shells exploded one after another, sending sparks and shrapnel flying everywhere. It was filled with the beauty of death. Boom. The Red Dragon's palm blasted out and red flames gathered, turning into a huge dragon head. It roared and rushed forward. Bang, 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 bang. The cannonballs in the air were all detonated by the Red Dragon in advance. They exploded, forming fireworks that filled the sky. It was extremely dazzling, and the explosion's shockwave spread. Jiang Li. Jiang Li. The Red Dragon lowered its head and stared at Jiang Li, who was standing on the city wall, with undisguised killing intent in its eyes. Today, I will definitely take your head. Sure. As soon as he finished speaking. Then, the Red Dragon waved his right hand and took out the heavenly halberd on his back. The halberd was red in color and was covered with dense patterns that were intertwined together like dragon scales. Boom. He held his weapon in his hand. The Red Dragon's aura rose to another level. A level 3 middle-grade demonic artifact. Fire Dragon Halberd. He. You want to kill me? Jiangli smirked and looked at the red dragon calmly. You want to kill me? You're not qualified enough. YNSH-01, it's your turn. Jiangli took a step back to avoid being affected. Yes. YNSH-01 nodded to Jiangli and stepped forward. A dark mist slowly appeared around him. The mechanical psionic energy was activated. Roar. At the same time, in the dust on the ground, the early-stage third-rank walking corpse had already climbed up. Pitch-black mist covered its entire body. Its broken arm hadn't recovered and it was staring at the red dragon. He didn't die. The red dragon lowered its head and looked. Boon. YNSH-01 took the opportunity to launch an attack. Mechanical psionic energy gathered and condensed into the psionic cannons on its shoulders, forming psionic cannonballs. 2 dark energy cannonballs were fired. It streaked across the sky as fast as lightning. They were like 2 black bolts of lightning. The red dragon's pupils contracted as he instinctively felt a threat. He gathered his strength and condensed flames. He slashed out with his halberd, drawing out a resplendent halberd light. Bang! An explosion sounded. The flaming red fire dragon halberd hit the 2 psionic cannonballs. The red and black light intertwined and collided before exploding. A vast energy shockwave spread out, creating a terrifying power that exploded in all directions. Ah! The red dragon cried out in alarm, and his entire body was sent flying. Catcher! Catcher! Flood dragon scales fell off from his chest, and flames spread in all directions. He was injured. The red dragon was injured. Your Highness. Visbayan. The purple lightning wings and the others were stunned, their expressions somewhat aghast. How could this be? The red dragon steadied himself. He was shocked as he looked at YNSH-01 standing on the city wall. His eyes were filled with horror. However, they had just exchanged blows. The red dragon was injured and was at a disadvantage. Go all out and end the battle as soon as possible. Go. Jiangli ordered. Yes. Boon. 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 YNSH-01 quickly took the initiative to attack. The psionic cannons on its shoulders fired shells after shells at the red dragon. Its arms were deformed into the shape of sickles. Sure. YNSH-01's speed was as fast as lightning. It leaped into the air and rushed into the sky. Psionic energy surrounded its body and its face was expressionless. Scarlet Flood Dragon Domain. Boon. The red dragon let out a long roar and directly exploded with all its strength. It displayed a powerful secret demonic art and conjured a red flood dragon. Its Dharma power was astonishing and its entire body turned into a sea of fire. The fire dragon halberd swept out with the power of the Scarlet Flood Dragon. Thump. The psionic cannonballs exploded and a series of explosions rang out. The red dragon was forced to retreat continuously. The scales on its body fell off and it coughed up blood. Phut. The red dragon was sent flying. Shua. YNSH-01 charged over and swung its scythe, cutting through the red dragon's chest. It broke through the red dragon's defense and left a bloody wound on the chest. It was so deep that the bones could be seen. Ah! The red dragon let out a blood-curdling screech as it fell from the sky and landed on the ground. It knelt on one knee and covered its wound with its left hand, which was dripping with blood. Late stage rank 3. The red dragon raised its head and looked at YNSH-01. Its face was filled with shock and disbelief. It's actually a late stage tier 3. What? Yigong was dumbfounded. How could this be? The Great Xia City is just a city, not even a county. How could there be an expert at the late stage of the 3rd rank? Molin swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but take half a step back. Could it be that Qianqian? The purple lightning wings looked at Jiangli, who was standing on the city wall in fear. Ancient puppetry, puppet soldiers, these are all puppet soldiers. They are all puppet soldiers made by Jiangli with the ancient puppet technique. Jiang Li's only at the early stage of level 1, but he can make so many puppet soldiers. He even made puppet soldiers at the late stage of level 3. Jiang Li is the scariest one. No matter how strong these puppet soldiers are and how many of them there are, they are all under Jiang Li's control. Is the ancient puppet technique really that powerful? Ah! Suddenly, an extremely shrill scream rang out on the battlefield. Under YNSH-01's control, the early stage rank 3 zombie puppet once again attacked Lankard. Although both of its arms were broken, it still killed Lankard. His head was crushed. He was dead. Buzz. Immediately, a black light spot flew out of Lankard's body like a firefly and entered Jiang Li's forehead. Acquired a stage 2 soul tinder. A notification appeared. In reality, as the battle progressed, many level 1 demon soldiers were killed by the mechs, and Jiang Li had captured a large number of soul tinders. He had gained a lot. Commander Wolf. The Lord Commander is dead. The demon soldiers and generals of the infantry regiment were frightened and extremely angry. They looked at the roaring early stage rank 3 walking corpse in fear but didn't dare to move forward. One had to know. Even Lankard, who was at the perfected stage of Tier 2, had been killed. If they charged forward, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Lord Great Swan and I, why don't we take advantage of this now? The Red Dragon is blocking the Stage 3 human, and Lord Red Dragon's army is fighting intensely with the human soldiers. Let's take this opportunity to escape. Zhongda's voice was trembling with fear. He whispered in Yijihe's ear, "We're not demon soldiers of Red Dragon County, and we're not the Red Dragon subordinates. There's no need for us to fight to the death for the Red Dragon, or even lose our lives. We are only here for the Guild War, not to die." Exactly. My lord, think about it. With so many Tier 2 powerhouses and even a late-stage Tier 3 inborn martial artist, we have no chance of winning. We'll be dead if we keep fighting. Yijihe's subordinates said one after another. They were afraid. This Bayan. Yijihe pondered for a moment. When he raised his head, he saw a perfected stage level 2 electric-powered mech charging into his army. Boom. The palm strike was accompanied by lightning and thunder. The palm print was like a thunderclap, crushing everything in its path and directly killing an early-stage rank 2 general. Ah! He screamed. The demon soldier's entire body was carbonized and he fell to the ground. Fuck! Yijihe was so shocked that his eyebrows were twitching and his legs were trembling. What the fuck are we still fighting for? There are so many perfected Stage 2 powerhouses. Even if we set up a Stage 2 military formation, it won't be enough to fight them. I was hoping that the Red Dragon could turn the tide and turn the tide of the battle with the power of a demon. In the end, an even more powerful late-stage Tier 3 cultivator appeared in the Great Xia City. Retreat. All troops retreat. Leave immediately. Leave immediately. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. Retreat. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We should have retreated a long time ago. Instantly, the demon army of Yahuan County immediately abandoned their enemies and turned to run. There were less than 20,000 demon soldiers left out of the original 30,000. The loss was close to a third. So many of them actually died. Yijihe's heart ached. Demon soldiers are retreating. Should we chase? This Bayan. Jiang Li, Peng Qianqi and the others immediately noticed the retreating demon army. They looked at each other and then looked at Jiang Li. There's no need to chase them. Let's take care of the demon army in Red Dragon County first. The mechanical artilleries will bombard them from a distance and stop them from retreating. Kill as many as you can. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes. Boom. 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 The cannoneers changed their target and focused on the retreating Yihuang City army, causing Yijihe and the others to cry for their parents. At this moment, the battle between the Red Dragon and YNSH-01 was gradually coming to an end. In the air, two figures were clashing with each other. One of them was as red as fire, with a dragon coiling around it. The other was like a pitch-black ball of light, devouring all the light it could be seen. The Red Dragon was already going all out. He burned his Red Dragon bloodline and his power rose. He actually forcibly raised his cultivation by a small level. He had reached the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. One had to know. The Scarlet Flood Dragon bloodline was a 4th grade bloodline. However, it was still not enough. YNSH-01 was at the late stage of Tier 3. The difference of a small tier was like the difference between heaven and earth unless the Red Dragon cultivated a powerful demonic art secret technique. It was obvious. The Red Dragon's demonic art secret technique was only at the 3rd grade level and not too strong. YNSH-01 skill, psionic control, was at the 3rd grade high grade. Fut. YNSH-01 scythe pierced through the Red Dragon's chest and came out from the back. Blood slowly dripped down the tip of the blade to the ground. Ah! The Red Dragon was screaming in pain. His entire body was covered in blood and a large piece of his Flood Dragon scales had fallen off. He was severely injured and his aura was low. He was seriously injured and his eyes were wide open. Chapter 133 The Second One. The Red Dragon's eyes were about to crack. It was filled with unwillingness and regret. He had never thought that this would be the result. At this very moment, he finally realized that Jiang Li's power was beyond his imagination. The power he was so proud of, the army he was proud of. In front of Jiang Li, they were all useless. YNSH-01 used the biochemical poison skill and transformed into a walking corpse again. Jiang Li said immediately. One had to know. The Red Dragon was an early stage of the 3rd rank demon clan. If it could be transformed into a walking puppet, it would be a strong combat power. It might be stronger than the early stage of the 3rd rank that Jiang Boi had transformed into. Naturally, he couldn't let it go. It would be too much of a pity to just kill him. Whoosh! The next moment, YNSH-01 quickly used his skill, biochemical poison. A black poisonous mist spread out and gradually covered the Red Dragon's body. Ah! The poison invaded the Red Dragon's body, infected its cells, and began to transform. The Red Dragon let out a shrill scream as if its whole body had been dismembered. My king! Lost, the Zhengwen has lost, woo-woo. We failed. We failed. 100,000 demon soldiers of the Red Dragon County. Are we going to be annihilated here today? No. No. This can't be real, it can't be real, I must be dreaming, it must be Yin Luo. It collapsed. The demon army's morale collapsed. In reality, if it wasn't for the Red Dragon, the 100,000 strong demon army would have collapsed long ago. Now that the Red Dragon had been defeated, most of the demons were in despair and lost their will to fight. The Red Dragon was actually killed. Yijiha heard the Red Dragon's shrill cry. He couldn't help but turn around and see the scene of the Red Dragon being killed. His eyebrows twitched and he felt a cold air rush to the top of his head. Demon God above, this was the Red Dragon Commandu Prince who was on par with Lord Yi Huang. But today, he has fallen in the Great Xia City. Yijiha swallowed. He's too cruel. This Jiang Li is too cruel. I can't mess with him. He's a terrifying guy. This time, the Red Dragon has completely lost. He even lost his life. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. Otherwise, I would have been buried with the Red Dragon. Also, we must report this to Lord Yi Huang. We have to be careful of Jiang Li. Quickly run. Run as fast as you can. Zhongde and the others roared again and again, already scared out of their wits. Finally, when the Red Dragon stopped screaming, its entire body turned pitch black, and even its eyes turned black like black gems. The transformation of the walking corpse was successful. Roar. The Red Dragon puppet let out a roar. Then, black flames rose from its body. The flames gathered together and turned into a black fire dragon. Furthermore, he held the fire dragon halberd tightly and could control weapons. It was obvious. The walking corpse puppet transformed with the Red Dragon as the main body was stronger than the walking corpse puppet transformed with Jiang Boi as the main body. The gap was quite obvious. Kill. YHSH-01 controlled the Crimson Dragon puppet and charged into the battlefield. The Zhengwang of Jingjia is being controlled. Sci-Fi. What is this ability? The demons were terrified and horrified. They could never have imagined that the Red Dragon Commander Prince, whom they were so proud of and regarded as a god of war, had not only been defeated and killed, but had also been controlled and then killed. In the face of such a scene, the demon's mental state completely collapsed. Da. As the battle formation was destroyed, the firearm match could finally play their biggest role. Without the army's defense, the machine guns fired wildly. The bullets covered the battlefield, taking the lives of the demon soldiers. Fut. 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 Countless blood flowers bloomed as the armor was pierced. Ah! The demon soldiers were screaming in pain. Buzz. 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 Jiang Li stood on the city wall and watched the monsters being killed one by one. The bodies fell and piled up on the ground, forming a mountain of corpses. After that, grey light spots mixed with 1 or 2 black light spots all rushed into Jiang Li's body like starlight. Shua. Acquired a first stage soul tinder. Acquired a first stage soul tinder. Acquired a stage 2 soul tinder. A notification popped up in front of Jiang Li. The Dominator panel opened and the number of soul tinders increased at a visible speed. It was time to reap the rewards. Jiang Li smiled. 100,000 demon soldiers. There were at least 10,000 level 1 demon soldiers and several hundred level 2 demon soldiers and generals. With such a large number of demon soldiers, a large number of soul tinders naturally dropped. However, Yi Zhihe led the army of Yi Huang City and ran away. Run. Finally, the demon soldiers began to flee. Go all out and kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Kill. The mech chased after the demons at full speed. The firearm mech fired from a distance and the anti-aircraft guns bombarded the demons. In the air, a large number of Birdmen demon soldiers were killed by the anti-aircraft cannons and their bodies fell from the sky. Most of them were not complete. Burn your bloodline. The Purple Thunderwings, Yi Gon, and Mo Lin, the 3 commanders and 3 demons who were at the perfected stage of level 2 and half a step into level 3, were forced into a desperate situation. Hence, under such circumstances, they could not escape. They could only burn their bloodlines and use all their might to unleash their strongest power. Tier 3. Under the condition of burning his bloodline, their strength had all barely reached the 3rd step. Kill. After that, they looked at each other and with a determined attitude, they let out angry roars like moths flying into the fire. Their killing intent surged and their momentum was like a rainbow. Boon. 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 In the air, they were 3 beams of light, like sharp arrows and lightning. They cut through the night and charged at Jiang Li. They were going to die with Jiang Li. Psionic energy control. Woo 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 woo. YNSH-01 finally displayed his strongest skill, psionic control. He raised his hands and from his palms, a dark light of psionic energy spread. It spread out. It gradually formed a psionic domain that covered the surroundings, including the purple lightning wings, Yi Gon, and Mo Lin. The mechanical psionic energy seemed to distort space, creating a terrifying force field. Fut. 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 Blood spurted out. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. In the air, the purple lightning wings, Yi Gon, and Mo Lin appeared, but they were twisted into a twisted shape. They were all dead and couldn't even get within 100 meters of Jiang Li. Bang! Bang! The 3 bodies fell to the ground. Buzz! A black light came out of the corpse and merged into Jiang Li's forehead. He got a level 2 soul tinder. The death of the 3 commanders accelerated the destruction of the demon army. Time passed. Half an hour passed. The demon army of Red Dragon County was annihilated. Jiang Li didn't let any of them escape. They were all killed. The ground outside the Great Xia City was covered with corpses. The trenches that had been excavated were all filled with corpses, piling up into mountains. In the air, the smell of blood was extremely thick. He looked around. Each mech was covered in blood. Many transport mechs were blown up under the city wall. All the scrapped mechs were collected. We won. He really won. Ha 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 ha. We've defended. We managed to defend the Great Shear City. Not only did they manage to defend the city, but they also annihilated the demon army in Red Dragon County. This is an unprecedented victory. An unprecedented victory. After the silence, everyone cheered. The surviving city guards, the members of the Sirius gang, and the constables from the county government cheered and roared, expressing the joy in their hearts. He won. He had really won. It's all because of the City Lord. It's because of the City Lord's presence and his powerful army that we are able to survive, defend the Great Shear City, and defeat the demon army of the Red Dragon County. Hong Chancha shouted. City Lord. City Lord. City Lord. The next moment, the city guards, the members of the Sirius gang, and the bailiffs of the county government all cheered and knelt down to Jiangli. Hanliki also knelt down. He was full of admiration for Jiangli, although Jiangli hasn't grown to the point where he can fight against a country yet. However, the overwhelming victory of this battle and the annihilation of 100,000 demon soldiers with the power of one city is not something that the imperial court of the Great Shen dynasty can deal with easily. Use energy points to repair all the damaged mechs. Jiangli waved his hand and operated the Dominator panel. He used 14,300 energy points to repair all the mechs. All the mechs were restored with a flash of white light. Even the blood on their bodies was cleaned. These soldiers, in the surroundings, Hong Chanchi and the others saw this clearly. They were stunned, but no one asked anything. They guessed that this must be one of the mysteries of the ancient puppet technique. One had to know. In the process of fighting, the mechs were injured or even destroyed. Their bodies turned into light spots and disappeared. The damaged mechs even had sparks. All kinds of signs. It was enough to show that these soldiers were not real humans. So, Hong Chanchi and the others were certain that Jiangli had mastered the true inheritance of the ancient puppetry. These soldiers were all made puppets. All mechs, get on the car. Let's go. Jiangli jumped off the city wall and walked into YS-01. He sat in the passenger seat and gave an order. Sure. Sure. All the mechs rushed to the trucks as fast as they could. The number of walking puppets increased to 20,000 after the war. Your Excellency, what are you doing? Wang Pingyuan and the others were stunned. Hong Chanchi, Xu Wei, Hu Dong, Hanliki. Let's go, Jiangli ordered. Gather all the residents of Great Shear City and clean up the battlefield outside the city wall. Collect all the spoils and count the number of enemies killed. I'll reward them one by one when I come back. Yes. Hu Dong nodded. City Lord, what are you going to do? Hong Chanchi asked. The Red Dragon is dead and the demon army in Red Dragon County has been completely annihilated by me. If I don't go to Red Dragon County now, when should I go? Not to mention, a large group of Yarrow soldiers escaped, Jiangli said. I can't rest easy if I don't kill them all. Chapter 134 Robbery. It was already late at night when the war ended. It was close to midnight. Let's go. Stop. Jiangli shouted. Boom. Boom. The roar of the engine was extremely clear in the quiet night. There were 1,900 large military transport trucks and 2,000 mechanical cross-country artillery vehicles. They drove along the main road. They gradually disappeared into the night. Everyone looked up until they could no longer see them. Then they began to clean up the battlefield, burn the bodies, collect the spoils, and record the battle achievements. 10 minutes later, under the organization of Hong Chanchi, Hu Dong, and Xu Wei, the residents of the Great Shear City came out of the city one after another. When they saw the demon corpses on the ground, many of them turned pale. Some of them couldn't take it and vomited. Fortunately, after gradually adapting, the residents also joined in. The clearing of the battlefield was obviously accelerated. Tens of thousands of demon corpses were piled up and began to burn. Pitch black smoke rose into the sky and did not dissipate for a long time. So this is the demon race. They look like animals, but they don't look much. I thought they would be very powerful. Yes, yes. How can they compare to our City Lord's army? That's more awe-inspiring. I'll kill as many as they come. Gradually, the residents also became more courageous. They discussed animatedly and joked with each other. Their fear of the demon race had unknowingly disappeared. If he encountered the demon race again, he would have the courage to run away. Half an hour later. Hegemon, we've discovered traces of monsters up ahead. YNSH-01's vision was extremely strong. It was the first to discover the demon soldiers of Yahuan County, led by Yijiha. Their numbers had been greatly reduced and were now about 15,000. Mechanical artilleries, prepare for long-range firing. Jiangli said immediately. Yes. The mechanical artillery responded. Immediately. The mech cannon extended its head from the co-pilot seat and used the detection lock technique to confirm the enemy's target and calculate the trajectory of the bullet. Catcher. Catcher. The angle of the gun barrel was adjusted. Fire. Boom. 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 The bombardment began. The cannonballs flew across the sky and shot straight into the sky, bringing with them a trail of flames. It was extremely obvious under the night sky as they bombarded Yijiha's demon soldiers. In the distance, the demon troops of Yahuan County. Lord Commander, we've been on the run for so long, it should be about time. Zhongde said, looking behind with some lingering fear. He could no longer see the trace of the great Xia city, and his heart was fatally relieved. Don't let your guard down. We're not safe until we get back to Red Dragon County, Yijiha said. Not to mention that we are still in Black Dragon County. Who knows if Jiangli will come out of the city to kill us? The Lord Commander is right. Increase the speed of the march. It's a pity that we didn't manage to control the marching formation. Otherwise, we would definitely be able to escape back to Red Dragon County before dawn. We would be safe then. The other demon soldiers and generals said. Not good. The humans are coming. Suddenly, the birdmen demon soldiers in the air saw the cannonballs coming through the air. Their eyes widened and their faces were filled with horror as they shouted in horror. What? Zhongde and the others raised their heads and their faces instantly turned pale. Jiangli is really here. He's really going to kill us. What? Yijiha's eyes widened. Has Jiangli killed all the demon soldiers in Red Dragon County? How could he be so fast? That's 70,000 demon soldiers. Intercept. Intercept. Boom. 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 The cannonballs exploded. Nearly 1/3 of them were intercepted and exploded in the air. The remaining ones fell into the demon troops and exploded. Fut. Ah. Screams rang out as the demon soldiers were blasted into the air, causing a large number of casualties. However, this was just the beginning. The mech artilleries continued to bombard them from a distance. Yijiha and the others didn't even see Jiangli's mech army before they started to bombard them. Heavy casualties. Half an hour later, Jiangli's mech army caught up with Yijiha's demon army. At this time, Yijiha's demon army lost another 5,000 demon soldiers. He was already struggling on his last breath. Jiangli. Jiangli, Yijiha's eyes were red. He stared at Jiangli in the passenger seat and roared, "You killed so many demon soldiers and the Red Dragon, and now you want to kill us all. Yahuan County will not let you go. The Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom will not let you go either. You will be killed by the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. You will be killed. You will be killed." Fut. A black figure flashed in front of Yijiha's eyes. Yijiha's vision turned black, and then the world turned upside down. His head flew up, and blood gushed high into the air. Bang! His head fell to the ground and rolled a few meters away. Lord Commander! Zhongde and the others screamed in horror. A black figure appeared in the demon army. The demon soldiers saw it clearly. The one who killed Yijiha was YNSH-01, who had killed the Red Dragon. a carnate warrior at the late stage of level 3. He actually slipped away. The demon soldiers were terrified. Kill. Kill them all. Jiang Li waved his hand. Kill all these demon soldiers. Kill. Roar. The next moment, tens of thousands of mech rushed out of the trucks and 20,000 walking corpses rushed into the battlefield. The bloody slaughter began. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. All the demon soldiers in Yahuang City were annihilated, leaving the ground full of dead bodies. Jiang Li harvested more soul tinders. Soon after, let's go. Jiang Li asked the mech to clean up the battlefield and collect the loot. He gave up the ones that weren't valuable and put the rest on the trucks. Let's go. Jiang Li waved his hand. After the demon soldiers were killed, all the mechs and walking corpse puppets got on the truck. The transportation mechs used the skill walk on flat ground and headed to the Red Dragon County territory at full speed. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Li arrived at the Red Dragon County. He passed by the Greenscale city that had been turned into ruins. From afar, he could see some monsters digging up valuable things. I'm here. Jiang Li just looked around and ignored him. He took out the map he prepared and went to Longsnake City, which was the closest. They are humans. Why did the human race appear in the territory of our Yao nation? I feel like something big is going to happen. After Jiang Li entered the Red Dragon County, he didn't even try to hide his tracks. Instead, he marched forward, causing many monsters in the villages to notice his tracks. An hour later, with the speed of a transport truck, they arrived outside Longsnake City. Artillery, get ready. Jiang Li looked at the huge city in front of him. It was even more magnificent than the Greenscale city. At the city gate, many demons were coming and going. The city walls were 10 meters tall and extremely thick. On the city wall, there were demon soldiers patrolling the area. Yes. The 2,000 mechanical artilleries were arranged in a line and then divided into 4 teams, each team having 500 soldiers. They were separated into front and back and began to fire step by step, seamlessly connecting. Target locked. Target locked. The scouts all spoke. Fire. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Boon. 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 The cannon soldiers fired, and the cannonballs flew across the sky, aiming at the gate of Longsnake City. The trajectory of the cannonballs was parabolic. What's that? There's something falling from the sky. Be careful. They might be enemies. On the city wall, the demon soldiers on guard noticed the cannonballs in the air and became alert. Rumble. The cannonball landed on the city wall and hit its target. It exploded, sending flames and shrapnel flying everywhere. The terrifying explosive power blew the city wall apart. Not only that, the city gate collapsed. A large number of demons were killed by the shockwaves of the explosion. The demon soldiers guarding the city walls could not dodge in time, and countless of them were killed or injured. Their corpses flew everywhere, and it was a tragic scene. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Where is the enemy? The attack came from the air. What's going on? The generals and commanders of the demon soldiers who were left behind in Longsnake City were alarmed. They rushed up the city walls at the first moment and saw the tragedy. The enemy is there. At this moment, a level 2 demon soldier commander discovered Jiang Li's mech troop. They were 20 kilometers away from Longsnake City, which meant that the enemy was attacking them from 20 kilometers away. How is this possible? Even a siege crossbow can't have such a long range. Who are these people? Where did this terrifying army come from? The demon commanders and generals were terrified. Continue. What's wrong? Jiang Li looked at him coldly. Boon. 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 The artillery continued to bombard the city, not giving Longsnake City any chance at all. One by one, the artillery shells rose into the air and exploded within the city. Finally, under the constant bombardment, the walls of Longsnake City had collapsed, and less than 10% of the demon soldiers were left. The remaining soldiers in Longsnake City were almost completely wiped out. Attack! Attack! Jiangli waved his hand and gave the order to attack the city. The mechanical artillery stopped firing and the transport truck moved forward at full speed and stopped 1,000 meters away from Long Snake City. Roar! Immediately after, the first to rush out were 23,000 walking corpse puppets. The number of walking corpse puppets increased by 300 after the destruction of Yujia's demon soldiers. 23,000 walking corpse puppets charged into Long Snake City and began a massacre. All resistance forces were torn apart. Then, almost 10,000 perfected stage mechs joined the battle. The rebellion demon soldiers of Long Snake City were all killed, and the level 2 demon generals and commanders were all killed by the electric-powered mechs. In this siege battle, from start to finish, it took less than an hour. It could be said to be swift. Let's go. Jiangli first blew up the city wall with the mechanical artilleries and destroyed nearly 90% of the resistance forces in Long Snake City. Then, he charged into the city and completely occupied it. Half an hour later, all the monsters that survived in Long Snake City were gathered. Jiangli picked some of them and ordered them to move and loot the city. Of course, some of the monsters resisted, but they were all suppressed by Jiangli. Chapter 135 Perfect Completion. It could be said that Jiangli did exactly what he did in the Greenscale City. He forced the monsters in the Long Snake City to work for him and plundered a lot of wealth in the city. Of course, that was Jiangli's original purpose. Furthermore, the Long Snake City was stronger and richer than the Greenscale City, and the number of monster race was also much higher than the Greenscale City. There were nearly 150,000 of them. If they were all sold as demon slaves, they would be worth a lot of money. Chief Sovereign. At this moment, Jiangli Wengang walked over quickly with an exquisite jade box in his hand. He handed it to Jiangli and said, "This is what you need." Yes. Jiangli took it, put it on the ground, and opened the jade box. There were egg-sized crystals in it. They were gray and slightly transparent. Lower spiritual crystals. Spirit crystals. Jiangli was overjoyed. Sure. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? A notification appeared. Yes. Yes. Jiangli confirmed without hesitation. Buzz. A white light flashed. All the spiritual crystals in the jade box had disappeared. Conversion successful. You've received 150,000 energy points. 1,500,000. Jiangli smiled. The Long Snake City is indeed much richer than the Greenscale City. I only found 100 lower spiritual crystals in the Greenscale City, but I found 150 in the Long Snake City. How's the search going? What is it? Jiangli asked. Reporting to the ruler, the city lord's residence, all the major trading companies and gangs, as well as the residences of the rich and powerful demons in Long Snake City, have basically been plundered. Wengang reported the situation, but it hasn't been sorted out and counted, so we don't know how many things we have plundered. Yes. Okay. Jiangli nodded. Since we are almost done, let's leave and go to the next demon city. We'll try to take down the remaining 3 cities in one day. Yes, Chief Sovereign. Wengang nodded. Upgrade to YNSH-01. YNSH-01. Jiangli called YNSH-01 over and opened the Dominator panel. He used 800,000 energy points to upgrade YNSH-01. Sure. A few rays of light flashed on YNSH-01's body. In just a few seconds, he had successfully upgraded to the perfected stage of Tier 3. There were no changes to his appearance, but the mysterious aura on his body became more intense. The faint layer of psionic light had completely disappeared and was completely hidden, as if he had returned to his original state. He was promoted from Lieutenant Colonel to Colonel. Unit type, Psionic Biochemical Soldiers. Rank, Grand Completion of Rank 3. No, YNSH-01. Skill 1, Level 1 Ultimate Biochemical Poison. Skill 2, Rank 2 Ultimate Biochemical Physique. Skill 3, Tier 3 Psionic Control. Biochemical Machinery, Kai omitted. Mechanical psionic energy, MOMO, omitted. Advancement requirements, 1 level 4 soul tinder, 1 million energy points. Jiangli checked YNSH-01's information. Since it had reached the perfected stage of Tier 3, its strength and skills had improved. As for the promotion conditions, Jiangli could only wait and see. I just got 1.5 million energy points, but I used up 800,000 in the blink of an eye. It's too much, Jiangli said. He felt that energy points were being spent too quickly, especially when the troop classes were getting higher and higher. The number of energy points they needed had increased tenfold, or even hundredfold. Soon after, let's go. Jiangli sent the match to take the spiritual herbs, gold, jewelry, weapons, pills, and materials from Longsnake City and put them on the trucks. These items filled up 100 transport trucks. Half an hour later, Longsnake City was reduced to ruins. After half an hour of bombardment, 150,000 monsters were turned into dead souls, buried in the ruins of Longsnake City. He looked around. The entire ruins were dyed with a layer of blood red. In the air, it was as if there was a thick blood mist that could not be dispersed. The city closest to Longsnake City is the City of Beasts. With the map in his hand, Jiangli decided on his next target. The truck moved at full speed and used the skill walk on flat ground. The uneven road didn't affect the truck's speed. On the other side, when Jiangli was killing in Red Dragon County and plundering the Demon City, the Great Shear City, the battlefield outside the city had been cleaned up. All the spoils of war had been divided and counted into books. All the monster corpses had been burned to ashes. The blood on the ground was buried to prevent it from rotting and causing diseases. At the same time, the news of the annihilation of the demon army in Red Dragon County, the murder of the Red Dragon, and the Great Shear's victory had gradually spread. After all, the battle last night had caused too much of a commotion. The most important thing was, the city lords of the Black Dragon County had received the news from their spies beforehand. The Great Shear City was about to be besieged by the demon army and was in danger. So, the next day, they sent people over to secretly scout outside the city. After that, they saw the ground covered in blood. The citizens of the Great Shear City were cleaning up the battlefield, cleaning up the spoils of war, and burning the corpses of the demon soldiers that had piled up into mountains. The scene at that time was shocking and shocked everyone. The Great Shear City hasn't been captured. Not only that, but it seems like we've won all of them. The demon army suffered heavy losses. Jiangli has a powerful army. Hence, the news spread throughout the entire Black Dragon County and then to the surrounding counties, such as Qingjin County, Lake Edge County, and Shan County. He can win like this. Guo Yi's eyes widened as he looked at the news in his hands. He felt that it was very unreal. Is this news true? Why don't I believe it? The Red Dragon is an early-stage level 3 demon. He is the lord of a county and led tens of thousands of demon soldiers to attack the Great Shear City. Not only did he fail, but he also lost his life. Holy shit. Guo Yi took a deep breath. This is unbelievable. What did Jiangli do? How did he manage to control such a powerful force? Could it really be because of the so-called ancient puppetry? Also, Jiangli killed Jiang Boyi a few days ago. Suddenly, Jiangli. Guo Yi's pupils constricted. Right. Jiangli killed Jiang Boyi a few days ago, which means he has already mastered the power of Stage 3. I was too shocked by the news. I was too shocked that Jiangli dared to kill the inspector of the Qian dynasty. I didn't think about this. Guo Yi felt that Jiangli had become unpredictable. Five Lake City, Celestial Water City, Black Dragon County. The news came one after another. Jiangli's name became a hot topic again. It became a topic of conversation after dinner. It even seemed to spread throughout the entire dynasty. In reality, many people in the Great Gan Lord dynasty were talking about this. They were trying to figure out what Jiangli's final result would be. For now, Jiangli's power is not weak. Since he can kill the 100,000 demon soldiers of the Red Dragon County and even the Red Dragon, it means that he has the military power of an entire county. In this case, even if the Imperial Court wants to kill him, they'll have to think twice. The danger Jiangli is facing isn't limited to this. The Red Dragon was killed and 100,000 demon soldiers were killed. Do you think the Red Eyebrow Demon Kingdom will pretend nothing happened? It's impossible. The Red Eyebrow Empire will take revenge on Jiangli. What's sad is that Jiangli offended the Imperial Court and killed Commander Jiang Boi. He's almost on the opposite side of the Imperial Court. It's already good enough that the Imperial Court doesn't send troops to kill him. Why would they help him? No matter what, the Black Dragon County and the Great Xia City are part of the Great Shen dynasty. Is the Imperial Court going to just leave them be? Hee, what do you know? Have you forgotten the 3 great laws of the human race? Anyone has the right to expand their territory. As long as they can take down the monsters, the barbarians' territory will belong to them. If the Imperial Court of Great Shen helps Jiangli, he'll rise up. By then, there'll be another human dynasty at the border of the Great Shen dynasty. Could it be that we're going to use one city to fight against an entire country? This is dangerous. Obviously. Most people didn't think Jiangli would survive. After all, there were too many conditions that weren't good for Jiangli. It was too difficult for Jiangli to survive between the 2 countries. Wuzhou Plain. In the valley. Half-monster alliance, Fog Division. On the peak of one of the mountains. It was the figure who had blended into the darkness. He had just finished reading the latest news and laughed out loud. Interesting, this is really interesting. Jiangli defeated the Red Dragon County and annihilated the Red Dragon by himself. I thought Jiangli would be killed by the Red Dragon, but it's the opposite. The Red Dragon is dead and the demon army of Red Dragon County is annihilated. Ikuei, Hongluan, quickly come here. The figure who seemed to have merged into the darkness just shouted, and his voice spread throughout the entire Half-Monster Alliance's Fog Division. Sure. Sure. Half a minute passed. Hongluan and Ikuei appeared in front of this person. Subordinate kneels to Deputy Alliance Leader. The 2 of them knelt on the ground, their tone extremely respectful. You're in contact with Jiangli again. Didn't he want to continue the deal after the last deal? Contact him and set the location of the transaction at Qingshan Valley. This time, I want to meet him personally, the figure said slowly. Yes. Yes, sir. Hongluan and Ikuei looked at each other and nodded, not daring to ask anything. Red Dragon County. At noon. Jiangli had arrived at the City of Beasts. The history of this demon city was much shorter than that of the Long Snake City, but it wasn't as magnificent as the Long Snake City. The 5 demon cities of Red Dragon County. Beast City was ranked second to last. The number of soldiers left in the City of Beasts was much weaker than that in the City of Long Snake. Jiangli used the same method to attack Long Snake City. First, he used long-range artillery. The shells washed the ground, blew through the city wall, and blew up the gate. Finally, the walking corpse puppets were the vanguard and charged forward. The match followed closely and the level 2 electric match killed the demon generals and commanders. Half an hour before and after the siege, Beast City fell into Jiangli's control. It was half as fast as taking down Long Snake City, which took an hour. Jiangli was already familiar with what happened next. First, he controlled all the monsters in the city and forced them to do something. He took all the resources and wealth in the city and put them on the trucks. Unfortunately, Jiangli didn't find any crystals in the City of Beasts. So poor. I don't even have a single spiritual crystal. Jiangli pouted and mumbled. Chapter 136 Hu City. Let's go. Jiangli led the match out of the City of Beasts with a full harvest. Boon. 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 After that, the mechanical artilleries were lined up and bombarded the City of Beasts. One by one, the shells rose into the sky and fell into the city. They exploded, destroying houses and collapsing buildings. The sky was filled with dust and fire. Ah! The screams, curses, and cries of the demons mixed together and came from the city. It was a little scary. What's going on? Jiangli looked at them coldly. He wasn't really affected. It wasn't the first time he had destroyed a city. Humans and monsters were always at odds with each other. Of course. This was because Jiangli didn't have a channel to sell the demon slaves, and he didn't want to sell them to the Great Shen dynasty, so he had to massacre the entire city. Half an hour later, the city of beasts was destroyed by the artillery fire and turned into ruins. A large amount of smoke and dust rose into the sky, covering the entire sky. It was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The smell of blood was strong. In the surroundings, there were demons from various villages. They hid themselves and secretly watched from afar. They clearly saw how the city of beasts was destroyed. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. The city of beasts was destroyed just like that. What happened? How could the human army enter Red Dragon County so easily? Did the demon soldiers of Red Dragon County not care? Does Lord Red Dragon not care? The Red Eyebrows Yoa Kingdom doesn't care. I. Let's go. We can't be discovered. Boom. The next moment, a few cannonballs fell from the sky and exploded among the demons. Flames soared into the sky and shrapnel flew in all directions, tearing apart their bodies. The demons who were hiding in the surroundings were directly killed by the explosion. The demon villagers had no idea that their Lord Red Dragon had died and that the 100,000 demon soldiers of Red Dragon County had been completely annihilated. The Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom had not received the news yet. Otherwise, Jiangli wouldn't enter the Red Dragon County to rob the demon city either. In reality, the reason why Jiangli acted so quickly was to seize the time difference and plunder the 4 demon cities and wealth of Red Dragon County before the Red Eyebrow Yao Kingdom reacted. He was racing against time. Let's go. Let's go. Jiangli waved his hand and the mech army set off again to Yeshua City. Time passed by quickly. In the evening, Jiangli hadn't left the Red Dragon County yet. He had just finished looting the Night Owl City, which was even poorer than the Beast City and had weaker soldiers. In less than half an hour, it was occupied by Jiangli. He didn't get any spiritual crystals. If it wasn't for the fact that it would take a long time to plunder the resources in Demon City, Jiangli would have returned to the Great Xia City long ago. It was rather easy to take down a city. Hu City. Jiangli was on his way to the last of the 5 demon cities in Red Dragon County, Hu City. Within the 5 demon cities, the Greenscale City was ranked 3rd, the Beast City was ranked 4th, the Night Owl City was ranked 5th, the Longsnake City was ranked 2nd, and the Fox City was ranked 1st. Hu City was the strongest and also the richest. More than 10 minutes passed. Jiangli arrived at Hu City. This is the last demon throne. Jiangli looked at the city in front of him. It was magnificent, like a beast lying on the ground. Attack. Jiangli took a deep breath and gave the order. Boom. 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 The artilleries bombarded the city from a distance, and the artillery shells rained down on the city walls. The demon soldiers guarding Hu City were stunned. Continue. Stop. Jiangli shouted. The 500 artillerymen formed a team and split into 4 teams, firing continuously. Round after round of cannonballs landed in Hu City, and it was a one-sided battle. It had to be said. The demon soldiers guarding Hu City were indeed much stronger than those in Longsnake City. Their numbers were almost double, and they even had giant crossbows. However, the artillery was about 20 kilometers away from Hu City, which was far beyond the range of the giant crossbows. The arrows could not harm the artillery at all, unless they left the city, or Jiangli could lead his troops closer. The distance is too far. Damn it, if this continues, we can only be beaten up. Many demon soldiers have already died. What do we do now? The city wall can't hold on much longer. The generals of Hu City were at a loss. They couldn't think of any way. The artillery shells in the air bombarded them, not giving them a chance to breathe. All level 1 demons, follow me out of the city, he ordered. At this moment, the Vice City Lord of Hu City, Hu Wei Quan, had a serious look in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, if the current situation continues, our Hu City will definitely be breached. Only by turning from defense to attack can we fight for a chance of survival. My lord. Immediately after, a fox demon covered in white fur walked out from the generals, his eyes shining. He said in a deep voice, "This subordinate thinks that leaving the city at this time is completely seeking death. We don't know the enemy's strength. Blindly attacking will only put us in an even more dangerous situation. So, I think that we should show weakness to the enemy and lure them in. We can pretend that we can't defend Hu City and show the enemy that we have been defeated. Then, we can lure the enemy into Hu City and engage in guerrilla warfare and street fighting. You have to know that compared to the enemy, we are more familiar with the terrain of Hu City. We can use the advantage of the terrain to fight with the enemy and even turn defeat into victory. That makes sense. Hu Chanqing's plan is very likely to succeed. My lord." The other demon generals nodded in agreement with Hu Chanqing's plan. Then, they looked at Hu Wei-Quan and waited for his decision. "All right." The Fox Guard Quan thought for a moment, "Then we will follow Hu Chanqing's plan." "Yes. Yes, sir." The demon generals responded in unison and immediately began to move. A few minutes later. "Run. We can't stop them. We can't stop them at all. The enemy's attacks are too powerful and they are too far away. We can only passively take the hits. You're just courting death. I don't want to die here." On the city wall, fear appeared in the demon soldiers' eyes as their morale plummeted. They threw away their helmets and armors and retreated from the city wall, fleeing in panic. "What?" Jian Li looked into the distance. "That's it. Were these demon soldiers so weak-willed?" In just a few minutes, the morale had collapsed. They all ran away. You must know that the demon soldiers guarding Long Snake City were the ones who held on until the very end. This is interesting. I see. Jian Li pondered for a moment. Is he showing weakness on purpose? The range of the mechanical artilleries is extremely far. They are too far away from Hu City, so they can only passively take the attacks. Is that why they want to lure me into charging and fighting inside the city? That's a good idea. Jiang Li smiled and waved his right hand. Keep firing until the walls of Hu City are destroyed. Yes. The mechanical artilleries responded in unison. Boom. 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 The shells continued to bombard the city, but Jiang Li didn't intend to charge at all. Who knew what traps the monsters had prepared in the city? Jiang Li wouldn't risk it. In Hu City. How is it? Have all the demon soldiers been withdrawn? They've all been withdrawn. Hu tilde tilde hu tilde hu tilde. Let's see the results now. The demon soldiers and generals discussed in low voices. Rumble. Suddenly, the cannonballs exploded not far away from them, directly destroying a building. The demi-humans who could not escape in time were sent flying and died on the spot. Boom. 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 In the surroundings, cannonballs exploded one after another. Damn it. They didn't fall for the trap. I miscalculated. The expressions of the Fox Guard Quan and the others were dark. This buy-in. Hu Chanqing's eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. They clearly have such a huge advantage, yet they are still so cautious. Even in such a situation, they are not charging. I'm in. Hu Chanqing was in despair. This was the only solution he could think of. My lord. The demon soldiers all looked at Hu Wei-Quan. Hu tilde tilde hu tilde hu tilde. Fox Guard Quan took in a deep breath and gripped the green long blade in his hand tightly. The power of his bloodline surged and the aura of a late-stage rank 2 expert was revealed. Everyone, follow me out of the city and fight it out with them. We won't lose out if we kill one, but we'll profit if we kill two. If you want to take down our Hu City, even if you die, you have to cut off 2 pieces of flesh from the enemy. None of the demon soldiers of Hu City are cowards. Kill. The Fox Guard Quan shouted. Kill. 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 All the Yao soldiers were infected by the aura of the Fox Guard Quan. Their blood and chi surged, and their battle cries shook the sky. They formed a murderous aura that shot into the sky, and their morale increased greatly. Hu Changqing chuckled wryly. Rumble. Suddenly, the huge city wall couldn't withstand the continuous bombardment of the artillery shells and collapsed directly. Countless gravel fell to the ground and rolled around, shaking the ground. The city's armors and walls have fallen. Sigh. The demon people in Hu City looked at this scene in horror. Get into formation. The fox guard Quan took in a deep breath and raised the long green blade in his hand. He charged to the front, ignoring the already collapsed city wall. All troops, charge. Charge. Kill. Roar. Behind the fox guard Quan, all the demon soldiers of Hu City followed closely behind, forming an army formation. The military chi gathered and circulated with the power of their bloodlines, forming a huge beast shadow. It was a blood-red three-tailed demon fox with a huge body that was 100 meters long. Out of the city. Jiangli raised his eyebrows. After the city wall collapsed, the demon soldiers all rushed out and formed a level 1 battle formation. Above the formation was a giant three-tailed demon fox. Right in front. The fox guards at the late stage of Tier 2 all charged forward. You have the guts to kill your way out. Jiangli smiled. YNSH-01, go ahead and destroy the formation. Give them a decent death as a reward for their courage. Yes. Sure. YNSH-01 nodded and walked out from behind Jiangli. His mechanical psionic energy was activated and his body glowed with psionic light. His arms changed into scythes. Kill. Boon. YNSH-01's charge was like a black bolt of lightning, cutting through the night sky and charging at the demon soldiers at an extremely fast speed. Eat my knife. Green light slash. Foxguard Quan roared and gathered all his strength. The power of his bloodline condensed into a blade, and a green flash appeared. Like a green lightning, he slashed out, green light slash. Sure. Crack. YNSH-01 slashed out with his blade. A black blade light flashed and the green lightning was cut in half in midair. The blade light slashed across Hu Weichuan's body. The two figures passed by each other. Chapter 137 320. The scene seemed to freeze. Fut. The next second, from the middle of the fox guard Quan's body, blood spurted out. From head to tail, he was split into two and his body slowly fell. My lord. The generals of the demon soldiers cried out in grief. A one-shot kill. Foxguard Quan, who had just been boosting the morale of the demon soldiers, died just like that. He couldn't even block a single attack from YNSH-01. Kill. Take revenge for Darren. The demon soldiers roared. Roar. The three-tailed fox pounced on YNSH-01. Boon. The mechanical psionic energy gathered and a psionic cannonball was fired from YNSH-01's shoulder. It blasted the three-tailed fox into pieces. Ah. Fut. The demon soldiers screamed and spat out blood. Their formation was broken and they suffered a backlash. Boon. 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 The mechanical psionic cannons fired continuously and black energy cannonballs exploded among the demon soldiers. The energy exploded and the shockwaves destroyed everything. Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out continuously as the demon soldiers were blasted to death one after another. Sure. 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 Immediately after, YNSH-01 charged into the midst of the demon soldiers. His scythe danced in the air and his figure was as fast as lightning. He was like a reaper on the battlefield, killing demon soldiers one after another. Third Pisho, third rank Pisho. Hu Changqing's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. He finally understood what despair, helplessness, and absolute suppression felt like. 10 minutes passed. All the demon soldiers guarding Hu City were annihilated. YNSH-01's body was covered in blood, almost turning red. Sticky blood dripped from the tip of the knife. YNSH-01 had single-handedly killed all the demon soldiers guarding Hu City, displaying the crushing power of a high-level master. It could be said that if Jianli didn't create a level 3 psionic biochemical soldier when the demon army of Red Dragon County attacked the Great Xia City, he would have died. The Red Dragon could turn the entire battle around with his power alone. Fut. YNSH-01 walked in front of Hu Chanqing, raised his blade, and chopped off Hu Chanqing's head. The head fell to the ground and rolled far away. In Hu City, a large number of demons witnessed the destruction of the demon soldiers with their own eyes. Their eyes were filled with fear and their bodies trembled. They looked at YNSH-01 as if they were looking at a demon. Ah! Run for your lives! The next moment, the demons of Hu City shrieked and were in complete chaos. Some of them tried to escape from the city through the various exits. Lock down the entire city. Stop, Jiang Li shouted. Yes. Sure. 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 All the mechs got off the mechs and a large number of walking corpse puppets rushed into Hu City, occupying all the exits and passages. Half an hour later, the chaos in Hu City was completely suppressed. Tens of thousands of monsters died and the remaining hundreds of thousands were gathered by Jiang Li. Soon after, it was another exciting looting operation. An hour later, Jiang Li moved most of the wealth in Hu City onto the trucks. There were a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, elixirs, materials, weapons, and so on. It was a rough estimate. It was almost double what Long Snake City had gained. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Catcher. Jiang Li put a jade box on the ground and opened it. There were crystals inside. There were quite a few of them. The light of the crystals shone on Jiang Li's face. They were all lower spiritual crystals. Sure. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? Yes. Jiang Li put his right hand on the crystal and confirmed it. Buzz. A white light flashed. All the crystals in the jade box disappeared and were converted into energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 320,000 energy points. A notification appeared. 3,200,000. That's 320 lower spiritual crystals. I only got 150 in Long Snake City, but there are 320 here. It's almost double. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Li was in a good mood. It's time to go back. Jiang Li threw the jade box into the truck. It was made of jade and could be worth a lot of money. I think the Red Eyebrow Empire will get the news if I stay here any longer. Get out of the city. Jiang Li walked onto YS-01 and sat in the passenger seat. All the mechs and walking corpses quickly got on the truck and the truck drove out of the city. Outside the city, the mechanical artillery stopped and slowly got into a firing formation. He urged them to leave. He's leaving just like that. Are we just going to live like this? Within the city, the monsters in Hu City looked at each other in confusion. They thought it was unreal and thought Jiang Li was going to let them go. They had never heard of humans letting ordinary demons go after conquering a demon city. They either massacred cities or sold them as demon slaves. What do we do now? Our ran. Haha, Yin Lua, we survived. We survived. Some demons were laughing. Let's leave this place quickly and report this to the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. Who has the messenger bird? Use the messenger bird to send a message and ask the Yarra Nation to send their army over. It would be best if we can stop those humans before they leave Red Dragon County. I have a messenger bird here. That's great. Boon. 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 The next moment, the artillery started firing, dropping shells one after another. Most of the shells landed among the demons and exploded, sending a large number of them flying. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and severed limbs and corpses fell to the ground. After that, countless screams rose and fell. Fut. 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 Rumble. The surrounding buildings collapsed one by one. Outside the city, the mechanical artilleries and anti-aircraft guns let out a series of explosions. The shells flew out and landed in Hu City, blowing up buildings and killing a large number of demons. Large amounts of artillery fire washed the ground and destroyed the city. Half an hour later, the bombardment stopped. Hu City was turned into ruins. All the demons were dead. Most of the corpses were buried in the ruins and rocks. A large amount of blood seeped out from the cracks. Upon a closer look, one could see broken arms and torn bodies. One day. Let's go. Jiangli took down Long Snake City, Beast City, Night Market City, and Fox City one after another. He looted all the wealth in the demon cities and filled the trucks with it. He had gained a lot. It could be said that he had returned with a full load. Other than the city of Red Dragon County, the other 4 demon cities were all destroyed by Jiangli. More than 500,000 demon civilians died in his hands. It could be said that the hatred between Jiangli and the Red Eyebrow Empire was irreconcilable. The city of Red Dragon County. It's the Red Dragon County. Jiangli looked at the map and muttered, "This is a county. It's probably even richer than Hu City. It's a pity that the county city of Red Dragon County is too close to Yawan County. It has been a day, and the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom should have received the news. I can only give up for now. Come again next time." Jiangli didn't want to take any risks. He had gained enough today. It was enough for him to raise a large number of troops and improve his overall strength. Rumble. The transport mech moved at full speed. He activated the treading on land skill and started to return to the Great Shear City. However, the speed of the artillery was slower than the transport mechs, so they were left behind to maintain the overall formation and speed. Jiangli had to slow down the transport mech. This was something that could not be helped. After all, the artillery was a combat type, and all its skills were related to combat. Naturally, it did not have the walk on flat ground skill. Early in the morning, the sky started to brighten. Let's go. Jiangli returned to Great Shear City with the mechs. The traps and trenches outside the city were filled up again. A large number of monsters' bodies were burned. The spoils of war were all collected back to the city and placed in the military camp. Obviously, the battlefield had been cleared. There's movement. That's Yingluo. City Lord, it's the City Lord's carriage. The City Lord is back, the City Lord is back. Quickly open the city gates. Go and inform General Hom, the State Lord, Lord Hudon and Lord Shuwei. On the city wall. It's Jiangli. The city guards saw the convoy in front of them and recognized that they were Jiangli's men. They cheered with excitement and respect. Boon. Boon. The city gate trembled and the sound of friction was extremely clear. The thickened and rebuilt city gate was extremely heavy and it required the combined strength of several city guards to push it open. Let's enter the city. Let's go. Jiangli led the transport mechs and the artillery into the city. There were many city guards standing on both sides of the road. Welcome back to the city, City Lord. The city guards shouted in unison. Immediately after, the surrounding houses lit up one after another. Apparently, they were awakened by the commotion here. The residents opened their windows or directly walked out of their houses. City Lord, it's the City Lord. The City Lord has returned. It's the City Lord's carriage. Look, those special carriages are filled with things. They must be the spoils of war that the City Lord got from his trip. Definitely. The City Lord is amazing. The residents were practically worshipping him blindly. Of course, this was mainly because Jiangli had turned the tide several times. He had destroyed the demon army many times, saved Great Shear City, and even done things that were almost impossible. He had killed the Red Dragon and 100,000 demon soldiers. So, the residents of the Great Shear City had almost blind confidence in Jiangli. This was the prestige that Jiangli had accumulated unconsciously. In reality, Jiangli didn't pay much attention to this, nor did he try to establish his prestige in the Great Shear City, but he won the hearts of the people because of what he did. Ordinary citizens. In fact, he didn't have any great ambitions. They only hoped that they could live well, eat their fill, and not be on edge. It would be best if they could live and work in peace. And it was just so. Jiangli had a powerful mech army, defeated 100,000 demon soldiers, and killed the Red Dragon. He showed his great power and gave the people of Great Shear City a great sense of security. They felt Under the protection of City Lord Jiang, the Great Xia City was the safest. There was more. Due to the victory of the war, they had seized a large number of spoils of war and traded them in the city, enriching the wealth of the Great Xia City's citizens. At the very least, it was enough for these people to find jobs and have enough food and clothing. So, there were all sorts of reasons. That was why Jiang Li's prestige was getting higher and higher. Chapter 138 Obstruction. A few minutes later, Xu Wei, Han Liki, Hong Qianchi, and the others had already rushed over. City Lord. Governor. They bowed to Jiang Li and said respectfully, "Welcome back safely, Governor. You've won a big victory and returned with a lot of rewards." "Yes." Jiang Li nodded and glanced at them. "Send people to move the things down from the carriage and then organize and count them. The spirit herbs must be divided according to their grades. The ordinary herbs must be placed together without any mistakes." "Yes." "Yes, sir." Xu Wei and the others immediately nodded and agreed loudly. "Go and do your work. Don't worry." Jiang Li waved his hand. "We'll talk about it after I'm done resting." "Yes." Hong Qianchi nodded. "City Lord, you've worked hard." Hu Dom and the others said one after another. "I'm tired." Jiang Li yawned. He was indeed a little tired. He didn't sleep much these days because he had to deal with the monsters. Now that the problem was solved, he was tired again. There are indeed a lot of resources and items this time. Get it done as soon as possible. Let's go. Jiang Li waved and walked to the City Lord's mansion. YNSH-01 and the other match followed him. The other match got off and returned to the temporary camp. Although the camp wasn't complete, the framework was completed, so it was still usable for the time being. Besides, the match didn't have high requirements for accommodation. Of course, if they could build a military base, it would be completely different. Unfortunately, Jiang Li had only unlocked a level 2 mech army. He was still far from building a base. There was a long way to go. "I'm sleeping and resting." Jiang Li went back to his bedroom in the Castellan mansion. Du Xiaohua got him a new set of pajamas and changed his clothes. Jiang Li fell asleep on the bed. "Good night, young master." Du Xiaohua quietly walked out of the bedroom with Jiang Li's clothes in her hands. She then closed the door quietly, trying not to make any noise, in case Jiang Li was disturbed. On the other side, Xu Wei and the others had started to move the valuable items off the truck as Jiang Li ordered. So many spirit herbs. Sci-fi. All these gold, silver, jewelry, weapons, and equipment. They are simply too awesome. What did the City Lord do yesterday? Did he rob all 4 demon cities in Red Dragon County? Otherwise, how could we have so many things? Gulu, gulu, gulu. With this much wealth, it should be enough to support an army of 100,000 soldiers. I'm afraid it's more than that. Oh my god, the monster race is actually so rich. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Pavilion Master Xu Wei, there are too many things here. I don't know how long it will take us to sort them out with just the few of us. What's more, Hong Qianchi suggested, the city guards have to patrol around the city walls and the constables have to maintain order and peace in the city. Also, the members of the Sirius gang will have to look after the properties of the gang. In order to complete the City Lord's instructions as soon as possible, I think we can hire the residents of the city and have them help. At most, we can pay them some wages. What do you think? Yes. Xu Wei muttered. Pavilion Master Xu, General Hong's suggestion is not bad. It's not bad that the residents didn't do anything when we were cleaning up the battlefield yesterday, Hu Dong said. That's good. Xu Wei nodded and agreed, then let's do it this way. First, we'll sort out all the spirit herbs. Compared to the gold, silver, jewelry, equipment, materials, elixirs, and money, the City Lord values the spirit herbs more. I don't need to tell you this. You should know this. Of course, of course. Hu Dom and the others nodded. Then hurry up and get things done, don't let the City Lord wait too long. Xu Wei said. It seems that I'll have to send people to build a few more temporary warehouses to store these things. Shu Wai muttered to herself, the warehouse of the contribution pavilion and the warehouse of the city lord's mansion probably won't be enough. At noon, when Ikuei and Homlorn arrived at the Great Sheer City, they were stopped by the city guards who were guarding the city gates. They discovered that they were half-demons and were not allowed to enter the city. You can't go in. Several city guards stood together, crossing their long spears and blocking Ikuei and Homlorn. They stared at them with unkind expressions. What's going on? Very quickly, a captain of the city guards walked over. Captain, they are half-fiends, the city guard said. Half-demon. The city guard commander's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at Ikuei and Homlorn. He immediately shouted, there are actually half-demons who want to enter the city. Tell me, what do you want? Ta-ta-ta-da. Instantly, the surrounding city guards quickly walked over and got into formation. It was as if he was going to make a move at the slightest disagreement. Homlorn, didn't I tell you before that we should wait until night time to sneak into the city? In the end, you insisted on swaggering in through the city gate. See, I was stopped. Ikuei pouted. We, half-fiends, are not well received. He, Yin Luo. Homling glanced at Ikuei and chuckled, indicating that she didn't want to say more. He thought to himself, do you think that I don't know about this? Last time, I sneaked into the mansion of the city lord and was heavily injured by Jiang Li's puppet soldier. I heard that Jiang Li has made a level 3 puppet and even Red Dragon was killed. If we sneak into the mansion again, we'll all be killed by Jiang Li's level 3 puppet. I don't want to die even if you want to. Of course. Homlorn only grumbled a few words in her heart and didn't say it out loud. She also didn't want to explain too much to Ikuei and waste her breath. We don't have any ill intentions. Homlorn smiled. The main reason I came over this time is to meet City Lord Jiang and discuss our next deal. I wonder if you can inform City Lord Jiang. Ikuei crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood at the side without saying a word. A deal? The captain of the city guard snorted. Why would the city lord make any deals with you half-fiends? I think you have some secret that you can't tell anyone. I'm telling you, don't even think about entering the city. Besides, the city lord isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. Homlorn's willowy brows slightly furrowed. You're looking for death. Ikuei's face turned gloomy. Half-demon power surged around his body. His eyes turned orange-yellow and a powerful aura spread out. It alarmed the surrounding people. Ikuei, don't be rash. Homlorn shouted. HMPH. Ikuei snorted coldly and slowly retracted his aura. The captain's face turned pale and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He clenched the hilt of his sword, his heart trembling, but he forced down his fear. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. He was only a half-demon. There's nothing to be afraid of. I've even killed demons before. Moreover, the Great Sheer City is the City Lord's territory and I'm his subordinate. The City Lord can even kill a Stage 3 Red Dragon and 100,000 demon soldiers. A mere half-demon. There was nothing to fear. As a subordinate of the City Lord, I can't lose face for the City Lord. Captain, are you really not going to inform Castellan Jiang Li? Can you bear the responsibility if you delay Governor Jiang Li's important matter? Don't blame me for not reminding you, Hong Ling said with a smile. We are here to discuss the herb trade with City Lord Jiang Li. Medicinal herbs. The city guard captain's expression froze for a moment before he came back to his senses. He thought to himself, the city lord has indeed been buying herbs from all over the place. Could it be that what the two half-beasts said is true? Furthermore, these two half-fiends were obviously at the second rank and were very powerful, but they didn't attack us and were restraining themselves. Something was wrong. It was common knowledge that the city lord was purchasing medicinal herbs. They might have lied. Dong Lian, what are you doing? At this moment, Hong Qiaoqiu was here. He had received a message from the city guards that a half-monster was trying to break into the Great Sheer City. General, Dong Lian, the captain of the city guards, quickly walked to Hong Qiaoqiu and saluted him. He then said, these two are the half-fiends who want to enter the city. Moreover, they said that they came to discuss the matter of trading medicinal herbs with the city lord. This subordinate didn't trust them, so I stopped them. Half-monster alliance. Hom Chancha sized up Hom Luan and Ikoe, his pupils contracting slightly. He could feel that their auras were much stronger than his. He was definitely an expert. However, Hom Chancha was not afraid at all. So what if he was a master? With the city lord around, when they arrived in the Great Sheer City, dragons had to coil up and tigers had to lie down. Yes, I am. Hom Ling nodded. Who are you? Where's Jiang Li? Ikoe questioned. I'm Hom Chancha, the general of the Great Sheer City Guards. Hom Chancha introduced himself. As for the Castellan, he's resting now and can't be disturbed. If you really have something to say, you can talk to him after he wakes up. Don Lian entertained them well. Hom Chancha said. Yes. Don Lian nodded. Hom Chancha left. This guy. Ikoe glared at him unhappily. The two of you, follow me. Don Lian gestured. All right, let's talk after we enter the city. Hom Ling said. If it wasn't for the Vice Alliance leader's orders, I wouldn't have come here to suffer this kind of vexing anger. Ikoe muttered unhappily. After entering the city, Hom Luan and Ikoe saw a large number of people passing by in front of them. They were carrying all kinds of items such as gold, silver, jewelry, complete weapons and armors, medicinal pill materials, and packed spirit herbs. There were so many of them that they formed a long line. Where did Jiang Li get so many things? Hom Ling was dumbfounded. I'm going to run. What? Ikoe's eyes widened. How much is this worth? Don't tell me, Yin Luo. Suddenly, Ikoe thought of a possibility. It's definitely Hen. Yes. Hom Luan nodded. We can only get so many resources by plundering the Demon City in Red Dragon County. Jiang Li is too bold and ruthless. He just destroyed the demon army in Red Dragon County, and he immediately sent his troops to plunder the Demon City. This is a complete war with the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. Most importantly, he has offended the Imperial Court of Dhn. TSK. Ikoe smacked his lips. But I think that even if Jiang Li didn't rob the Demon City in Red Dragon County, the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom wouldn't let him go. That's why I said we might as well search all the demon cities in Red Dragon County. The two of you should rest here for now. We'll inform the city lord when he awakens. Don Lian stopped and brought Hom Luan and Ikoe to a courtyard. Enough. Ikoe shrugged his shoulders. Then let's wait. Thank you for leading the way, Hom Ling said to Don Lian with a smile. Chapter 138 Execution. After Hom Luan and Ikoe entered the courtyard, Don Lian immediately ordered the city guards to spread out and guard the surroundings of the courtyard. They were constantly monitoring Hom Luan and Ikoe. As long as Hom Luan and Ikoe made any strange movements, they would be noticed immediately. Fuck. Ikoe entered the house. As soon as he sat down, he stood up immediately. His expression was extremely unhappy. He had obviously noticed it. Are these guys treating us like prisoners? They actually sent people to keep watch outside. These unranked martial artists, if this elder really wants to do something, can they stop me with just their strength? You should stop. Hom Luan sat down and crossed her legs, revealing a section of her fair and tender calves. Her skin was smooth, white, and full of elasticity. She took a piece of pastry from the table beside her and put it in her mouth to carefully taste it. This pastry tastes good. Do you want to try it? Ikoe's eyes widened. It's different now. We can't mess with Jiang Li anymore. He is a powerful army and a stage 3 master. Aren't you very clear about this yourself? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to endure it until now. HMPH. I'm not afraid of him, Ikoe said. I'm doing this because of the deputy chief's order. I'm not afraid of him. Whatever you say. Hom Ling shrugged. On the other side, Hom Chancha met up with Shu Wei and the others. What happened? Shu Wei asked. It's the half-monster alliance. 2 half-beasts just came, Hom Chancha said. They are very strong. They are at least in the late stage of level 2, or even the perfected stage. He said that he wanted to discuss the trade of medicinal herbs with the city lord. You also know that the city lord does need medicinal herbs, otherwise he would not have sent you to various cities. Also, from their tone, it should be true. Yes. Shu Wei nodded. Let's talk about this after you've rested. You've been very tired from dealing with the demon race. I know. That's why I asked Dong Lian to make arrangements for them, Hong Qianqi said. Let them wait. I don't think they will dare to play any tricks. Time passed. It was evening. Nearly 400 trucks of resources and items had finally been moved out. Not only were the warehouses of the city lord's mansion filled, but the warehouses of the contribution pavilion were also filled. Even the temporary warehouse was full. However, it was only a day's time and they couldn't sort out all these things. Shu Wei and the others sorted out all the spirit herbs and herbs first. He recorded it into a book. My lord. At this moment, several city guards came over with 2 skinny men, then kicked them in the knees, forcing them to kneel on the ground. What's going on? Hu Dong frowned. What are these 2 doing? Wen Pingyuan asked. Hong Qianqi and Shu Wei looked over. What happened? In the surroundings. The people gathered around and looked up. They whispered to each other, causing the surroundings to become noisy. Silence. Hanliki berated. Speak, what happened? Hanliki asked. Reporting to the state lord, it was these 2 people who secretly hid many things when no one was paying attention. In the end, we found them. One of the city guards said. Really? Hanliki frowned. It's true. The other city guard nodded, then took out a black package and placed it on the ground. After opening the package, it contained glittering gold and silver jewelry, which was worth a lot. Furthermore, there were also jade bottles filled with medicinal pills. This is the evidence. The city guard said. This Bayan. Everyone was stunned. It can't be. They actually did this. The city lord risked his life to go to Red Dragon County and rob the demon city to get these. They actually hid them. Truly detestable. The city lord has protected the Great Sheer City and our safety. It's fine if they don't know how to be grateful, but they actually did such a thing. Moreover, we also get paid for moving goods and the pay is not low. Aye. In the surroundings, the voices of many residents were heard. Lord Great Swan and I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't do it again. I really won't do it again. I was just blinded by greed for money. That's why I did such a foolish thing. The man on the left cried. We were wrong, we were really wrong. The other man also followed suit. This Bayan. Hanliki looked at this scene and muttered to himself. For a moment, he could not make a decision. Such great courage. Hu Dong snorted. How do you steal the spoils of war that the city lord brought back? I think you don't want to live anymore, Pan Kuei shouted. Did I give you too little money? Or do you think we are easy to talk to? Someone, calculate the value of these things. Shu Wei said coldly. Yes. A member of the serious gang walked over and said, Pavilion Master, the total value of the gold, silver, and jewelry is 100,000 taels. These bottles of pills are worth at least 1,000,000 taels. 1,000,000 taels. So many. In the surroundings, all the residents sucked in a cold breath. You guys have good eyes. Shu Wei's cold eyebrows swept. Pavilion Master Shu, we just took it casually. We didn't know about this. One of them argued loudly. Yes. The other person nodded in agreement. County Magistrate Han, according to the law, how should we sentence him? Shu Wei asked. You have stolen 1,000,000 taels of silver from the city lord. According to the laws of the Imperial Court, you will be locked up for 10 years. Said the Han County Lord after a moment of silence. 10 years. Shu Wei muttered. Why don't we ask the city lord before making a decision? Wu Zong said. There's no need to imprison him for 10 years. Suddenly, Jiang Li's voice came from nearby. It's the City Lord. Greetings to the City Lord. City Lord. Instantly. Let's go. The people quickly made way. They were very orderly, respectful, and in awe. Jiang Li walked to Shuwei and the others. City Lord. Henliki cupped his hands and bowed. City Lord, you've had a good rest. Hu Dong and the others were flattering him. City Lord, because you have brought back too many resources and items, although we've been working hard, we have only cleared out the spirit herbs. Shuwei immediately reported to Jiang Li and gave him the record. Please have a look. No rush. Jiang Li waved his hand and looked at the two people kneeling on the ground. City Lord of Chenghuang City. The two men's voices trembled. We were wrong. Please forgive us. We won't dare to do it again. We really won't do it again. Yes. I don't think so. Jiang Li's eyes were calm. I believe you won't dare to do it again. The eyes of the two men kneeling on the ground were filled with ecstasy. City Lord Bayan. Shuwei wanted to say something but stopped. She felt. If Jiang Li just let them go, it wouldn't be enough to shock the public. They would be severely punished, at least locked up for 10 years. One had to know. If there was no punishment for stealing so many things, it would make others feel lucky. After all, money moved people's hearts. Perhaps they didn't dare to hide too much, but they would at least hide a little. At that time, this one stole a little, that one stole a little, and it was a complete mess. Thank you, City Lord. Thank you, City Lord. The two of them were overjoyed. They thought that they had escaped. They knelt down and kowtowed to Jiang Li. The City Lord is really magnanimous. I can even forgive them for this. If it was me, I would definitely break their hands. The people were discussing in low voices. Give me the gun. Okay. Jiang Li asked a firearm mech to come over and give him the pistol. Catcher. Jiang Li opened the safety, raised his hand, and pointed the gun at the two people kneeling on the ground. Bang. 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 The two gunshots were extremely clear and loud. Everyone present could hear it and could not help but shiver as if their hearts had missed a beat. Silence. Everyone was silent. The discussion just now suddenly disappeared, leaving only the lingering sound of the gunshot echoing in everyone's ears. Phut. Phut. Two blazing red-hot bullets easily pierced through the foreheads of the two men kneeling on the ground. They shot out from the back of their heads, and the residual power of the bullets left two small pits on the ground. Plop. The two bodies fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed out. There was a faint smell of blood. Gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva. If I die, I naturally won't dare to do it again, and I won't ever do it again. I'm sorry, Jiang Li said calmly as he looked at the two bodies on the ground. He then gave the pistol back to the firearm mech. In the surroundings, everyone looked at Jiang Li in awe. Those who were still thinking were scared out of their minds and their faces turned pale. This Bayan. Henliki opened his mouth but did not say anything. If you encounter such a thing again, just do what I did just now. There's no need to inform me. No matter who it is or what reason they have, it can't be a reason. Jiang Li glanced at Shuwei, Henliki, Hong Chancha, and the others and said slowly. Yes. We'll remember this. Yes, sir. Henliki and the others shouted. Yes. Jiang Li nodded with satisfaction and reached out his hand to Shuwei. Give me the booklet that records the medicinal herbs and spirit herbs. Where are the medicinal herbs that you've arranged? City Lord, all the ordinary herbs are currently stored in the warehouse of the City Lord's mansion. Because there are too many ordinary herbs, the warehouse has been filled to the brim. So, Shuwei replied, I made the decision to build a few temporary warehouses. All right, I got it. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and took the book. You can continue with your work. Yes. Shuwei responded. City Lord of Chenghuang City. Hong Chanchi immediately caught up with him. Is there something? Jiang Li stopped and turned around. City Lord, two half-monsters entered the city this afternoon. They claim to be from the Half-Monster Alliance and wanted to discuss the trade of medicinal herbs with you, the man said. I don't know, Hong Qianqi said quickly. You're still resting, so I let them in. They are staying in the yard of Eagle Claw Hall of the Sirius Gang. Half-Monster Alliance. I can't believe it. Jiang Li murmured with joy in his eyes. These two are our honored guests. Of course, the premise is that they are really here to trade medicinal herbs. Chapter 140, The Thousand-Year Spirit Pith Flower. Let's go. Let's go and meet the two guests who have come from afar. Jiang Li said. Yes. Okay. Hong Qianqi nodded and led the way. In the yard of Eagle Claw Hall of the Sirius Gang. It's already evening. Why isn't Jiang Li here yet? Yi Kuei was walking around the hall, frowning and looking impatient. There's no point in you being anxious. Hong Ling indifferently said. Yi Kuei cursed. Elder Yi Kuei, what has made you so angry? Suddenly, Jiang Li's voice came from outside the hall. Jiang Li. Jiang Li, Yi Kuei looked up and saw Jiang Li pushing open the door of the hall. Behind Jiang Li were several mechs, including YNSH-01, Wengan, JC-01, CQ-01, and so on. Ha ha. Yi Kuei laughed awkwardly. No. City Lord Jiang must have heard wrongly. I said that this pastry is especially delicious. That's right, it's the pastry that's especially delicious. He said. Yi Kuei grabbed a piece of pastry and put it in his mouth to taste. He nodded his head repeatedly with a smile on his face, as if the taste was quite good. He. Hong Luan gave Yi Kuei a disdainful look. If Elder Yi Kuei likes it, then eat more. Jiang Li smiled and didn't expose him. He walked to the front of the hall and sat down in the main seat. The mech followed him closely and guarded him on both sides. Cough cough. Yi Kuei coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment and found a seat. I heard from my subordinates that you want to discuss the next medicinal herb trade with this city lord. What's the matter? Jiang Li asked directly. Hong Luan and Yi Kuei looked at each other. Yes, I am. Hong Ling nodded. After the last deal, I think City Lord Jiang should be satisfied. Our Half-Monster Alliance has a good reputation, and City Lord Jiang is a big customer. I hope that this transaction will go smoothly for both parties, said Yi Kuei. Jiang Li City's main force turned the tide. Under the attack of the 100,000 demon soldiers led by the Red Dragon, not only did they protect the Great Xia City, but they also killed the Red Dragon and the 100,000 demon soldiers. How can we bear to give up such a powerful and wealthy big client? Hong Ling smiled. So, how many medicinal herbs do you plan to trade this time? Jiang Li asked. It's at least 10 million gold. Of course, Yi Kuei said solemnly. If City Lord Jiang feels that it's too much, we can discuss it again. This is only 10 million gold taels, how can it be a lot? Not much. Jiang Li's smile grew wider. I told you before that I'll take as many herbs as you have. It's only 10 million taels of gold. You're underestimating my wealth. I'll try my best to prepare as much as possible for this Kasaya. Yi Kuei said. That's the way. Jiang Li said. City Lord Jiang, the location of the transaction will still be at Qingshan Valley. As for the time, it will be 12 o'clock tomorrow night. What do you think? Hong Luan asked. Sure. Okay. Jiang Li thought about it and agreed. All right, he said. Hong Luan immediately stood up and bowed to Jiang Li. Since the business has been settled, I won't disturb you any longer. Let's wait for the official transaction tomorrow. Good. Yes. Jiang Li also stood up. Come see the two guests out. There's no need to trouble City Lord Jiang. We'll just leave the city ourselves. Hong Luan waved her hand and refused. How can we do that? No. Jiang Li shook his head. I didn't treat you well when you came. Since you're leaving, I have to see you out. We'll just have to accept this Qianqian's request. Hong Luan and Yi Kuei couldn't refuse and could only agree. Soon after, Jiang Li sent Hong Qianqi to see Hong Luan and Yi Kuei out of the city. After seeing them leave, Hong Qianqi returned to the city and reported to Jiang Li. After making the deal with the half-monster alliance, Jiang Li opened the record book that Shu Wei gave him. The number of spirit herbs was recorded in detail. Among them, there were 203,700 ordinary spiritual herbs, 32,800 inferior-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 21739 medium-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 15770 superior-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, and 7,030 superior-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs. 500 low-grade Tier 2 spiritual herbs, 150 medium-grade Tier 2 spiritual herbs, 53 high-grade Tier 2 spiritual herbs, and 1 top-grade Tier 2 spiritual herb. There were no third-grade spirit herbs. Speaking of this, the only top-tier level 2 spirit herb was found in the secret room of the governor's mansion in Hu City. Jiang Li couldn't recognize the name of the spirit herb. The record book did introduce this one and only Tier 2 spirit herb. Obviously, Shu Wei and the others had recognized him. A 1,000-year spirit pith flower. This was a rare second-grade spirit herb that had the effect of cleansing one's muscles and marrow. After a human martial artist consumed it, it could remove the impurities in his body and improve his martial arts aptitude. After a monster consumed it, it could purify their bloodline and increase the grade of their bloodline. If a barbarian consumed it, it would strengthen their affinity with totems. Increase aptitude. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. This is good. I'm not very talented in martial arts, so I need a lot of pills. Pills have pill poison, and I'll be in danger of losing my mind if I take too many of them. I didn't dare to use the 10-year red fruit last time, but this 1,000-year spirit pith flower should be fine. At night, Jiang Li first went to the warehouse of the city lord's mansion. In the warehouse, there was a strong smell of herbs in the air. Jiang Li put his hand on the herbs. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? Yes. Yes. Jiang Li confirmed. Convert all of them. Whoosh. A white light flashed. When the white light dissipated, all the ordinary medicinal herbs that had enveloped the entire warehouse had disappeared and were all converted into energy points. Conversion successful. Received 520,500 energy points. A notification appeared. I've only managed to convert more than 500,000 energy points. Jiang Li murmured. Only half of the common herbs were stored in the warehouse of the city lord's mansion. The other half was in the warehouse of the contribution pavilion. After Jiang Li finished converting the herbs in the warehouse, he left quickly and went to the contribution pavilion. A few minutes later, Jiang Li arrived. City Lord. There were members of the Sirius gang standing guard outside the warehouse. Open the door. Jiang Li said. Yes. The members of the Sirius gang nodded and immediately opened the warehouse door. You may leave. Jiang Li waved his hand. Yes. The two members of the Sirius gang bowed respectfully and left quickly. Let's go. Jiang Li walked in, lit the torch, and closed the door. The mech stood guard outside, not letting anyone come close. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? Yes. Jiang Li put his right hand on the herbs and confirmed it immediately. Convert all of them. Buzz. A white light flashed. All the herbs disappeared and were converted into energy points. Conversion successful. Received 501,000 energy points. A notification appeared. Another 500,000 energy points. Jiang Li was in a good mood. After converting all 203,700 ordinary herbs, Jiang Li got 102,150 energy points in total, which was more than 1 million. It was not considered little. After all, Jiang Li had robbed 4 demon cities. Ordinary herbs were only a fraction of what he had. Other than spiritual crystals, the real valuable things were the graded spiritual herbs. There were also ranked medicinal pills and so on. These were the main points. Of course, be it pills, weapons, equipment, gold, silver, or jewelry, none of them could be directly converted into energy points. It was not as convenient as spiritual crystals and ordinary herbs. Jiang Li had to trade these things with others first to earn money. Then, he would use the money to buy a large number of ordinary herbs to maximize his profits and obtain a large number of energy points. Graded spiritual herbs could be directly converted, but relatively speaking, directly converting them to energy points would result in a huge loss. It would not be as much as converting them to ordinary herbs. After the herbs were converted, Jiangli walked out of the warehouse of the contribution pavilion. He went back to the city lord's mansion first and asked Wen Chao and Mahan to ask Chu Wei to bring him the 1,000-year spirit pith flower. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. Jiangli finally had time to check his gains. Soul Tinder. There were 1,539 level 1 Soul Tinders and 22 level 2 Soul Tinders. In other words, Jiangli killed more than 100,000 demon soldiers and got 1,535 level 1 Soul Tinders. He only got 11 level 2 Soul Tinders. Such clear data comparison. The number of Stage 1 Soul Tinders captured was about 140 times that of Stage 2 Soul Tinders. The difference was huge. Of course, in addition to the fact that the drop rate of a level 2 Soul Tinder was much lower than that of a level 1 Soul Tinder, there was also a huge difference in the number of level 2 demons and level 1 demons. After the battle with the demon army of Red Dragon County, Jiangli's mechs had been reduced to 14,300. He had lost 4,910 mechs. They had taken down 4 demon cities. Jiangli didn't lose a single soldier. Among them, there were no losses to the 2,000 artillery soldiers, 100 of the 2,000 transport mechs were scrapped, and 100 of the 1,990 electric mechs were scrapped. 10 electric mechs started the self-destruct sequence. Out of the 3,000 biochemical mechs, 1,100 were lost. 100 had activated the self-destruction sequence. Out of the 3,000 combat mechs, 1,200 had been lost. 150 had activated the self-destruction sequence. Of the 3,000 firearm mechs, 910 were lost. Out of the 3,000 cold weapon mechs, 1,500 were lost. 300 of them had self-destructed. They lost 47 10 perfected stage level 1 mechs and 200 early stage level 2 mechs. No perfected stage level 2 mechs were lost. Recovered 412,000 energy points. In the energy points column, the number of energy points had reached 550,100 points. Among them, Jiangli used 210,675 energy points to replenish the ammunition of the mechs and repair the damaged mechs. Activate Tinder Fusion. Jiangli had an idea. Sure. The fusion interface appeared. Buzz. 10 grey level 1 Soul Tinders were lined up in the interface, then slowly gathered together, gradually approaching the center. The 10-second countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. Within the interface, a black light appeared in the center and spread at an extremely fast speed, covering the surroundings. Everything turned black and a black spot of light appeared. Chapter 141. Fusion successful. Within the interface, 4 big golden words jumped out. My luck is not bad. The first fusion today was a success. 1,539 level 1 Soul Tinders, Jiangli murmured. I can fuse 153 times. According to the 1/3 success rate, I should be able to get about 50 level 2 Soul Tinders. Continue. Buzz. Jiangli continued to merge the level 1 Soul Tinders. The interface of the Tinder merging interface glowed. 10 level 1 Soul Tinders gathered together, but it was covered in a grey light. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. 10 consecutive kneels. That's right. Jiangli tried 10 times in a row and failed 10 times. He only succeeded once in the beginning and wasted 100 level 1 Soul Tinders. This is a bit of a scam. What? Jiangli's face darkened. Did I use up all my luck because I got a level 3 Soul Tinder with 1 soul imprint last time and now I'm paying back my debt? It's really Yin Luo. Jiangli rolled his eyes and felt helpless. There was not much significance in keeping the level 1 Soul Tinder because the other types of worlds had not been opened yet. There was only one use for it now, which was to fuse it into a level 2 Soul Tinder. Even if it failed, it would still have to be fused. Continue the fusion. I don't believe that my luck today will be so bad. Jiangli took a deep breath. Buzz. The fusion interface appeared. The 10 grey soul tinders gathered together. The 10-second countdown ended. Fusion successful. A notification appeared. I've succeeded. I've failed 10 times in a row. Finally, I succeeded once. Jiangli was overjoyed. Sure. The fusion continued. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Fusion successful. Each fusion required 10 level 1 soul tinders. After 10 consecutive kneels, the success rate of fusion returned to normal, about 1/3. Time passed. A few minutes later, Jiangli fused all 1530 level 1 soul tinders. He fused 153 times in total and succeeded 41 times. He got 41 level 2 soul tinders. The success rate of the fusion was less than 1/3, but it was not too ridiculous and within an acceptable range. Soul tinder. There were 9 level 1 soul fire seeds left, and the number of level 2 soul fire seeds increased to 63. 63 level 2 soul tinders. Jiangli looked at the Dominator panel and opened the level 2 mech interface. The tank mech needed 16 level 2 soul tinders to be unlocked. Should I unlock the tank mechs and the mechanical ranges first, or should I fuse the level 2 soul tinder and take the risk to fuse the level 3 soul tinder? Jiangli muttered to himself. Why don't I unlock the tank mech first instead of the mechanical ranges? I'll still have 47 level 2 soul tinders left, which can be fused 4 times. Jiangli thought, but I succeeded in 1 fusion last time. In terms of probability, I might not succeed in the next 4 fusions. City Lord, Pavilion Lady Shuwei has brought the 1,000-year spirit pith flower. Outside the door, Mahan's voice was heard. Come in. Jiangli closed all the interfaces and stopped thinking about this problem. Squeak. The door was pushed open. Mahan deliberately walked 1 step behind Shuwei and let her enter the room first. Then, he followed behind and stood respectfully at the side. City Lord, the 1,000-year spirit pith flower you wanted. Jiangli. Shuwei handed a delicate jade box to Jiangli with both hands. Yes. Jiangli took it and opened the box. There was a 1,000-year spirit pith flower inside. It was snow white and looked like a lotus, but it was glowing with a strong spiritual chi. He took a closer look. There was a crystal-like liquid flowing within the flower's stem and petals. It was quite strange. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? When Jiangli's finger touched the 1,000-year spirit pith flower, a notification appeared. No. Jiangli didn't agree. The prompt interface disappeared. You guys can leave first. Jiangli said. Yes. Shuwei nodded and left respectfully. This subordinate will take his leave. Mahan also left quickly. I've only seen 2 kinds of top-tier second-grade spirit herbs. The blood spirit ginseng, which Dugu Huangcheng had to rely on the demon clan to get, and the 1,000-year-old spirit pith flower. Today, let me test your effects. Is it really as magical as they say? Can it improve a martial artist's aptitude and cleanse their internal organs? It's not that I don't know, Jiangli murmured. He closed the jade box and put it in his pocket. He left and went to the room in the mansion that was specially used for practicing. In the training room of the City Lord's mansion. Buzz. Jiangli used the thunder chi out to adjust his state. He calmed down and his spirit reached its peak. It could be seen. His internal force circulated and a faint internal force luster appeared on his hands. On the table in front of him, there were porcelain bottles filled with medicinal pills in case of emergency. It's starting. Jiangli took a deep breath and looked calm. He took out the jade box, opened the lid, took out the 1,000-year spirit pith flower, and put it all in his mouth. Immediately after, Jiangli chewed it and the 1,000-year spirit essence flower melted like snowflakes. It turned into a stream of liquid and flowed down Jiangli's throat into his stomach. Whoosh! The next moment, Jiangli clearly felt a wave of extremely hot energy. With his abdomen as the center, it gradually spread to the rest of his body and penetrated deep into his body. Boom! Boom! The chi and blood in his body began to shake. Sigh. Jiang Li took a deep breath and felt the pain. It was like being cut by a knife. Jiang Li used the thunder chi skill to ease the pain. It hurts. Jiang Li gritted his teeth and immediately took a porcelain bottle from the wooden table in front of him. He poured out a pill and swallowed it. The medicinal power of the pill started to spread. A warm energy emerged. It reduced the pain. The pill was a Tier 1 high-grade nourishment pill. When used with the 1000-year spirit essence flower, it could relieve pain and even increase the effects of the 1000-year spirit essence flower. Of course, even though the pills were good, they were extremely expensive. In reality, Jiang Li got these nourishment pills from the secret room in the governor's mansion in Hu City. They were placed next to the 1000-year spirit pith flower. Apparently, they had been made in advance to match the 1000-year spirit pith flower. But now, Jiang Li had all of them. Time passed. An hour had passed. The effect of the 1000-year spirit pith flower and the nourishment pill reached its peak. Jiang Li absorbed all of it. The medicinal power cleansed his body and removed the impurities in his body. Even the pill poison left by the pills he had taken before was removed. The pores all over his body. Dark blood flowed out, staining his clothes. Who tilde. Jiang Li took a deep breath and felt much more relaxed. It was as if he had broken some invisible shackles. Furthermore, his internal strength circulated more nimbly and the purity of his internal strength also increased. Not only that, Jiang Li also opened the second meridian, the Han Yang Ming large intestine meridian. His internal strength had increased by quite a bit. After consuming the 1000-year spirit pith flower, what kind of aptitude have I reached? Jiang Li felt the obvious changes in himself, but he wasn't sure, mainly because he didn't know what the grades were and didn't have any knowledge about them. Why don't you ask someone else, like Hanliki? Maybe he knows something. After all, Hanliki used to work for the Imperial Court of Dhn. He's quite knowledgeable. The smell is a little unpleasant. Jiang Li looked down at the bloodstains on his body and frowned. He immediately went out of the practice room and called Du Xiaohua to prepare the bath water. Half an hour later, Jiang Li came out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. He washed the blood off his body and changed into clean clothes. Du Xiaohua took Jiang Li's dirty clothes and left the bedroom. There's no need to wash this set of clothes, just throw it away. Jiang Li said. Yes, young master. Du Xiaohua was stunned for a moment and then nodded. He returned to the bedroom. It was because he had slept the entire day. At night, Jiang Li wasn't sleepy anymore. Furthermore, Jiang Li was in high spirits after the internal cleansing. Hence, Jiang Li went outside the city and found an open space. He was preparing to make up for the losses from the last battle. There are more than 5 million energy points. It's not too much or too little. It's enough to make up for all the mechs lost in the last war. Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel and started to make mechs. Build mechs immediately. 100 transport mechs, 110 electric mechs, 1,100 biochemical mechs, 1,200 combat mechs, 910 Phion mechs, and 1,500 cold weapon mechs. Jiang Li used 257,100 energy points to build 4,710 level 1 units and 210 level 2 units. Sure. The manufacturing interface appeared. There were a total of 6 virtual figures and there was a number next to each virtual figure, representing the number to be created. Countless light spots filled the figures. A minute later, creation complete. The virtual figures all condensed and then appeared out of thin air. Sure. In the open space ahead, mechs appeared one after another. 100 large military transport trucks took up most of the space, and more than 4,000 mechs stood in an orderly line. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. The mechs shouted in unison. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li looked around and nodded. Upgrade 4,710 level 1 soldiers to the perfected level. Jiang Li used 659,400 energy points to upgrade all 4710 mech by several levels. There were lights flashing. A few seconds later, the promotion was complete. All 4,710 mechs had been promoted to the perfected stage of Level 1. They were well equipped and their ranks were all promoted from private to sergeant. Upgrade 10 electric-powered mechs. Jiangli used 140,000 energy points to upgrade 10 electric mechs. Sure. Right in front. Several lights flashed on the 10 electric mechs and their levels were upgraded to the perfected stage of Level 2. The electric light in their eyes became brighter. They were equipped with exclusive weapon gloves. His military rank was promoted to First Lieutenant. This way, the number of perfected stage Level 2 electric mechs was restored to 100. He was at the same level as the transport mechs. Unlock tank mech. After that, let's go. Jiangli used his Level 2 mechs and made a decision. He used 16 Level 2 Soul Tinders to unlock the tank mech, which had the title of King of Land Battle. Chapter 141. Sure. Within his line of sight, a notification window popped up. Tank mech has been successfully unlocked. There was no surprise. It was successfully unlocked. 16 Stage 2 Soul Tinders were consumed and the number of Stage 2 Soul Tinders was reduced to 47. As the tank mech was unlocked, the information of the last Stage 2 mech appeared. Level 2 troops, electric mech unlocked, transport mech unlocked, cannon unlocked, tank mech unlocked, mechanical ranger 47 30 seconds locked. I was right. Unlocking the Robocop requires 32 Level 2 Soul Tinders. I have 47 of them now, which is enough to unlock the last Level 2 troop. Jiangli thought to himself. However, Jiangli still wanted to fuse a Level 3 Soul Tinder. If he unlocked the Mechanical Ranger, he would only have 15 Level 2 Soul Tinders left. It could only be fused once. It was almost certain to be a failure. Let's make 2,000 tank match first. Jiangli confirmed. He had spent a total of 2 million energy points. Sure. An illusionary manufacturing interface appeared and an illusionary figure appeared. The main body was a large main battle tank and two figures stood beside the tank. Whoosh! Countless light spots filled it. The illusionary figure gradually solidified. 1 minute passed. Creation complete. A notification appeared. Sure. Sure. Whoosh! The next moment, on the virtual interface, a figure appeared out of thin air. In the open space in front of them, there were many main battle tanks. There were 2 mechs standing next to each tank. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. All the mechs saluted Jiangli. All right, he said. Okay. Jiangli nodded with satisfaction and looked at the tanks in front of him carefully. They had a powerful aura and the black muzzles seemed to be able to swallow lives. On the whole, the tank mech looked similar to the M10 tank destroyer, but there were some slight differences. The outside color was camouflaged. It had sharp edges, was tall and mighty, and the shape of the armor was made of alloy steel. It was like an indestructible mobile fortress equipped with heavy machine guns and thick muzzles. It was full of firepower and powerful. It was enough to crush all the enemies in front of him. It had an invincible and indomitable aura. Sure. Unit type, tank mech. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No. TK01. Skill, level 2 low-grade destruction. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 2,000 energy points. Subtroop type, mech tank driver. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, TKJS01. Skill, level 2 low grade as if walking on flat ground. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Subtroop type, mech tank operator. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No. TKCZ01. Skill, stage 2 inferior grade tank control. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Tank mech. In addition to the main mech, there were 2 sub-mechs to drive and control the tanks to unleash the powerful firepower of the tank mech. Generally speaking, to power a tank, 4 tank soldiers are required, including vehicle captain, cannon captain, driver, and loader. Among them, The conductor was the conductor of a train. He was mainly responsible for giving verbal orders to the passengers in the train, issuing shooting orders, conveying various information, determining the target of attack, mission orders, and so on. The cannon captain was also the tank gunner. It was mainly responsible for the weapon system and firing. Loading hand. As the name suggested, they were mainly responsible for loading the shells. The driver was in charge of driving the tank. The division of labor was clear. As for the tank mech, the mech captain, gunner, and loader were combined to become the tank operator of the mech, but the tank driver was retained and the driver was given the skill walk on flat ground. This way, it could ensure the speed of the tank in any terrain. Unlocking Mechanical Ranger. Jiandli pondered for a moment and made a decision after thinking about various situations. He would use 32 level 2 soul tinders to unlock the Mechanical Rangers. First of all, Jiandli had YNSH-01 and he had reached the peak of level 3. YNSH-01 had the biochemical poison skill, which could transform into a perfected stage 3 zombie puppet. This way, he could rely on the skill to turn the stage 3 enemy into his own power. Furthermore, the Mechanical Rangers were a troop type with high flexibility, mobility, and attack power. Among the stage 2 troops, they were the perfect type. It was similar to the status of the biochemical mechs among level 1 troops. So, Jiandli decided to unlock the Mechanical Ranger. Sure. 32 level 2 soul tinders were consumed. Mechanical Ranger has been successfully unlocked. A notification appeared. Sure. Prompt, congratulations, Lord, you have unlocked all the Stage 2 Mech Army units and successfully obtained the authority to activate Stage 3 Mech Army units. Please collect 9 Stage 3 soul tinders and 1 million energy points as soon as possible to open the Stage 3 Mech Army unit interface. Very quickly. When Jiandli unlocked the last level 2 troop type, Mechanical Ranger, he received a notification and got the right to unlock the level 3 troop type. However, in order to activate the level 3 troop class, he would need 9 level 3 soul tinders and 1 million energy points. Of course, it was easy to gather 1 million energy points, but the main difficulty was the Tier 3 soul tinder. The drop rate of the Tier 3 soul tinder was too low, so it was not easy to gather 9 Tier 3 soul tinders. Dominator interface. Jiandli opened the Dominator panel. In the energy points column, Jiandli had used up 305,650 energy points, which was close to 3 million. He had 244,450 energy points left. More than 2 million. There's still 244,500 points left. I'll make 2,000 Mechanical Rangers, Jiandli murmured. Jiandli didn't hesitate for too long. He used another 2 million energy points to create 2,000 Mechanical Rangers. An illusionary manufacturing interface appeared in front of him. In the interface, an illusionary figure appeared. It was a mech soldier riding on the back of a mech wolf with the words X2000 beside him. Countless light spots filled the illusionary figure. It gradually solidified. A minute later, creation complete. A notification appeared. The illusionary figures completely solidified and gradually enlarged, projecting themselves onto the open space in front of them. One by one, the Mechanical Rangers appeared out of thin air. It was like a creation from the void. The 2,000 Mechanical Rangers formed an army. Each mech rode on a mechanical wolf and was equipped with both hot and cold weapons. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. The mech shouted in unison. Roar. The mechanical wolf raised its head and let out a high-pitched howl. The mechanical wolf was almost exactly the same as a real wolf, and it was even taller and more powerful. Its strength was extremely strong, comparable to a rank 2 fierce beast. All right, he said. Jiandli smiled and was very satisfied. Mechanical Rangers. This was a powerful cavalry. Generally speaking, the mount of a Mechanical Ranger was based on a mechanical wolf equipped with a knight's spear, knight's sword, knight's bow, and knight's dagger. And this was only the preparation of cold weapons. There were pistols, rifles, and bazookas. The various powerful configurations almost made the Mechanical Rangers into an extremely powerful and perfect unit. They had extreme flexibility, mobility, and firepower output. Other than that, the mechanical rangers also had a similar setting to the cold weapon mechs. In other words, there was a certain probability that special types of elite troops would appear. For example, their mounts were mechanical tigers, mechanical mammoths, and mechanical horses. Of course, whether it was a cold weapon mech or a mechanical ranger, this probability couldn't be calculated. It was possible that only 100 of them would be produced and elite troops would appear. However, it was also possible that 10,000 of them might not even appear. It all depended on luck. Troop type, mechanical ranger. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, YQ01. Skill, level 2 low-grade charge. Equipment, stage 2 low-grade Knights cold weapon set, stage 2 low-grade Knights hot weapon set. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 2000 energy points. Subtroop type, Mech Knight. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, YQQB01. Skill, level 2 low-grade Knights killing skill. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Subtroop type, mechanical wolf soldiers. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, YQL01. Skill, level 2 low-grade sprint. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. It was obvious. The mechanical ranger was made up of 2 subunits, and when they were combined together, they were called mechanical rangers. It could be said that a mechanical ranger had 3 skills. In reality, there were 5 types of level 2 troops. Apart from the electric and transport mechs, the other 3 had sub-professions and many skills. Congratulations, my lord. Because you created 2,000 mechanical rangers at the same time, a special probability has been triggered. You have received a rank 2 elite soldier type, mechanical mammoth ranger. Sure. Jiandli suddenly received a notification. Rank 2 elite troop class. Huh. Jiandli was stunned for a moment, then he looked up and saw a different figure among the 2,000 mechanical rangers. It was like a crane standing among chickens. Compared to the other mechanical rangers, they were much taller and more powerful. Mechanical mammoth rangers, step forward. Stop. Jiandli shouted. Yes, Chief Sovereign. Yes, sir. The mechanical mammoth replied and then walked out of the group. He rode a huge mechanical mammoth, which looked exactly like a real one. After that, he stopped in front of Jiangli. He was 4 meters tall. With the Mech Knight's height, he was nearly 5 meters tall. Just by looking at its imposing appearance and the pressure that came from it, it was enough to show how powerful the rank 2 elite troop mechanical mammoth rangers were. Very good, he said. Okay. Jiangli nodded in satisfaction. Unit type, mechanical mammoth rangers, elite. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, MMYQ01. Skill 1, stage 2 inferior grade charge. Skill 2, level 2 inferior grade gravity trample. Equipment, stage 2 low grade cold weapon knight set, stage 2 low grade hot weapon knight set, stage 2 low grade exclusive mammoth ivory knight spear. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 4,000 energy points. Subtroop type, mechanical mammoth knight, elite. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, MMQS01. Skill 1, stage 2 low-grade knights killing skill. Skill 2, level 2 low-grade heavy strike. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Chapter 143, The New Regional King. Subtroop type, mechanical mammoth soldier. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, millimeter 01. Skill 1, level 2 low-grade sprint. Skill 2, level 2 low-grade brute force. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Jiandli read through all the information about the mechanical mammoth rangers in detail. He was so happy that he almost laughed. Rank 2 elite troop class. The main branch and 2 sub-branches had a total of 6 skills. In terms of weapons and equipment, they were even equipped with the mammoth ivory spear. Jiandli looked over. The mammoth ivory spear was placed on the right side of the mechanical mammoth soldier, and the mechanical mammoth knight could easily grab it with a raise of its hand. It was a full 3 meters long. Its entire body was white and extremely sharp. It could be said that Even a tank could be pierced through by the mechanical mammoth rangers. Upgraded to mechanical mammoth ranger. Jiangli calmed down and immediately used 28,000 energy points to upgrade the mechanical mammoth ranger to the perfected stage of level 2. Buzz. Several rays of light flashed on the mechanical mammoth ranger's body. In just a few seconds, it had completed its upgrade, reaching the perfected stage of Tier 2. Roar. The mechanical mammoth soldier raised its elephant trunk and let out a deafening roar. It formed a solid sound wave and spread out. Jiangli covered his ears. The mechanical mammoth ranger's appearance had changed a lot. Its height had increased by 4 meters, reaching 9 meters. Basically, it would increase by more than a meter with every increase in rank. His aura became even stronger. Furthermore, the weapons they were equipped with had also become stronger, all of them upgraded to top tier Tier 2. All of his skills had also been upgraded to Tier 2 top tier. His strength had greatly increased. Even, Jiangli felt that the mechanical mammoth rangers might be able to fight against a rank 3 soldier. After all, they were a rank 2 elite troop with 6 skills. Currently, Jiangli had 23,220 mechs in total. He had 13,214 level 1 mechs, 10,005 level 2 mechs, and 1 level 3 mech. There were 3,300 combat mechs, 3,300 cold weapon mechs, 3,300 biochemical mechs, 3,300 fire mechs, and 14 information mechs. There were 2,000 electric-powered mechs, 2,000 transport mechs, 2,000 artillery soldiers, 2,000 tank mechs, and 2,000 mechanical rangers. Sniper mech JJ-01, combat mech Wengan, hammer mech JC-01, archer mech GJS-01, and spear mech CQ-01. Psionic biosoldier YNSH-01. Other than that, there were also 23,000 walking corpse puppets and 2 early 3rd rank walking corpse puppets. These were all the forces Jiangli had at the moment. I'm still 76780 mechs away from 100,000 soldiers. As long as I can gather 100,000 soldiers, I'll be able to activate Mech Air Force Service and Mech Navy Service. Jiangli murmured in his heart. As for which one to activate, he would have to make a decision based on the situation. Of course, if Jiangli wanted to, he could build all the early stage level 1 mechs. The cost of 76,780 early stage level 1 mechs was 767,800 energy points. It was not even a million. But if he did that, it might greatly affect the balance of Jiangli's mech army. There were too many low-level mechs, which would make the mech army weak. It would be detrimental to his future development. No, Yingluo. Jiangli thought for a moment and murmured, if you think about it carefully, most of the 100,000 demon soldiers in Red Dragon County are unranked. The combat power of an early stage level 1 mech is comparable to an early stage level 1 martial artist. In other words, even if I create all the level 1 mechs and gather 100,000 soldiers, they aren't weak. A 100,000 stage 1 army is already a strong army. Moreover, it's not like I can't afford to spend less than 1 million energy points. In addition, we will have 2,000 electric-powered mechs, 2,000 artillery soldiers, 2,000 rangers, 2,000 tank mechs, and 2,000 transport mechs. And YNSH-01, a perfected Tier 3. The army's high-end combat power is also ready. Ha ha. Jiangli suddenly laughed and said, I didn't know I've mastered such a powerful force. Whether it's the Great Qian Dynasty or the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom, I'm not afraid of anyone with my current strength unless there's an army of 1 million soldiers. Jiangli said to himself. However, the 3rd stage power I have is still too little. I only have YNSH-01 and 2 early stage 3rd stage undead puppets. Although YNSH-01 is at the perfected stage of Tier 3, the Great Gan Dynasty and the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom will definitely have experts at the perfected stage of Tier 3. Jiangli thought, if the Qian Dynasty and the Red Eyebrow Empire send more than 2 digits of level 3 experts, I'm afraid I can't stop them. As far as I know, there are 36 inspectors in the Great Gan Dynasty, and each of them is a warrior above the 3rd rank. Other than what I currently know, there are also things I don't know. With my current strength, it's still too much to fight against a kingdom. Jiangli took a deep breath. Let's go back to the city. Let's go. Jiang Li waved and led the mech back to the Great Xia city. Rumble. The tank mech drove into the city and attracted the attention of the city guards and the people. They looked up and discussed. Let's go. Jiang Li didn't stay for long. He arranged for the mech to enter the temporary camp. On the other side. Late at night. No matter how bad the intelligence agency of the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom was, they had already received the news that Red Dragon had been killed and the 100,000 demon soldiers of Red Dragon County had been wiped out. The news had been sent to the palace of the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. Not only that, 5 demon cities in Red Dragon County were destroyed and hundreds of thousands of demon citizens were slaughtered. My dear ministers, you can speak of your opinions and ideas regarding what has happened in Red Dragon County. In the main hall of the royal palace. On the throne. What entered his eyes was a woman with a slightly lazy posture. She was leaning sideways on the throne, her figure beautiful and attractive, exuding an unparalleled charm. She was wearing a light red shirt that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Her pair of slender and round legs were close together, tightly pressed against each other, without a single gap. His line of sight moved up. It stood tall and had snow-white skin that was as warm as Suet jade. She had a perfect and exquisite oval-shaped face, a small cherry-like mouth that was as red as blood, and her facial features were well-defined and flawless. However, there was a snake scale that was as red as fire between her eyebrows. She was the king of the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. Red Eyebrows. It was obvious that he had shed his beast body and was almost no different from a human. He was at least a Tier 3 powerhouse because the demon race could only shed their beast bodies after reaching Tier 3. Of course, there were also many demons who did not like the appearance of humans. Even if their cultivation had reached the 3rd rank and their bloodline had been awakened, they would not shed their beast form. They believed that the body of a demon was the most perfect. Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead 100,000 soldiers to the Black Dragon County and destroy the Great Xia city. I'll take Jiang Li's head and present it to you, the prince said. Within the palace, the crown prince knelt on one knee. He had a rough face, a burly figure, and was wearing armor. At his waist was a long, pitch-black sword. He was actually able to bring a weapon into the hall. It could be seen that the crown prince's status was extremely high. He had special privileges. All right, he said. Kai Mai chuckled and said, Crown Prince, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't let me down. Your subject will return in triumph. The Crown Prince shouted. He. Sure. With a flash of red light, Kai Mai had left the hall. The graceful and charming figure on the throne had disappeared, and only a soft laughter could be heard. Gulu, gulu, gulu. The Crown Prince swallowed his saliva, his eyes burning. Celestial Water City. At the border. In the temporary camp. City Lord. In the commander's tent. A soldier in black was kneeling on the ground. Speak, he said. Luo Qinshui's entire body was covered in silver armor and only her eyes were exposed. She sat in the commander's position. Things are just as you have expected. The Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom has already gathered 100,000 totem barbarian soldiers. They are all in the Barren City and will probably launch a large-scale attack. The soldier said. Let's go down and continue our investigation. Luo Qianshui waved. Yes. The soldier nodded and left quietly without a sound. Obviously. This soldier was not an ordinary soldier, but the commander of Qianshui City's reconnaissance army. His strength was extremely high, reaching level 2, and he was skilled in concealment and assassination. In reality, in the entire Black Dragon County, Qianshui City was the strongest. Whether it was in terms of military strength or high-end combat strength, it was far superior to the other 4 cities. Even the capital of the Black Dragon County might not be able to compare to Qianshui City. Furthermore, Luo Qinshui's strength was unfathomable, and it was very likely that he had reached level 3. It was also because of this. That was why Luo Qianshui had all kinds of impressive military achievements and resisted the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's invasion several times. Together with the intimidation of the Qian dynasty, the Black Dragon County was safe and sound. After all, If the Black Dragon Commandery could not defend against the invasion of the Red Eyebrows Yoa Kingdom or the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom, the Great Qian Dynasty would not sit by and let their territory be occupied by other countries. So, generally speaking, unless the Red Eyebrows Yoa Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom wanted to start a country war with the Great Ganlord Dynasty, they would not occupy the territory of the Great Ganlord Dynasty. At most, they would plunder villages or leave immediately after taking down a city. Of course, things were different now. Too many things had happened in the Black Dragon County. The Black Dragon of the Christian Church had been killed, which caused the situation in the county to be in turmoil. Jian Li had killed the admiral of the Qian Dynasty and made enemies with the Red Eyebrow Empire. The Half-Monster Alliance was watching in the dark. With all these things tangled together, the Black Dragon County had become a place of trouble. Report. Outside the tent. A soldier's horse quickly rushed over and stopped outside the tent. City Lord, there's important news. Come in. Luo Qianshui said. Yes. The soldier walked in with an unopened envelope in his hand and respectfully handed it to Luo Qianshui. Luo Qianshui quickly took it, opened it, and carefully read it. This buy-in. After reading the letter, Luo Qianshui said, the imperial court has sent a new commandery prince at this time, and it's the third prince, Chen Shishi. The day after tomorrow, the new commandery prince will take office. He'll hold a banquet and invite the castellans of the 5 cities of the Black Dragon Commandery. So, Jiang Li is also invited. What does Chen Shishi want to do? What is the attitude of the imperial court of Dhn? What if the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom takes the opportunity to attack us by holding a banquet at this time? Are you going or not? Big Sister Qianshui, why don't you let me go? Luo Yulin stood up, you need to stay here, but you can't miss the banquet. Let me go in your place, it should be fine. Chapter 144 An Invitation. The next day. In the morning. Jiang Li went to bed late last night, so he woke up early. He changed his clothes, pushed open the door, and walked out of his bedroom. Du Xiaohua had been waiting for him. Young master. Du Xiaohua bowed to Jiang Li. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. The skinny little girl had become chubbier during this time. Her originally sallow face had also become chubbier. She wasn't tall, so she looked petite and dainty. She wore a light yellow pleated dress and her hair was tied into 2 buns. She looked cute and playful. Du Xiaohua lowered her head, her cheeks slightly pink. Is breakfast ready? Jiang Li asked. Yes, young master. It's all ready. The toiletries are also ready. Du Xiaohua immediately said. Let's go, he said. Jiang Li waved his hand. Yes, young master. Du Xiaohua quickly nodded. After breakfast, Jiang Li told Shu Wei and the others to prepare the silver and gold as soon as possible and put them on the large military transport truck for tonight's deal. From the 4 great demon cities, Jiang Li had collected 540 million taels of silver and 52 million taels of gold in total. A large military truck could carry 10 million taels of gold or silver. In other words, 540 million taels of silver and 52 million taels of gold. Just this amount of silver alone was enough to fill up nearly 60 large military transport trucks. Sure. Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel. Soul Tinder. There were still 9 level 1 Soul Tinders and 15 level 2 Soul Tinders left. Fuse the second stage Soul Tinder. Jiang Li took a deep breath. He still couldn't help but start the Soul Tinder fusion function and fuse the 10 level 2 Soul Tinders. Even though Jiang Li kept reminding himself that he was extremely lucky last time. This time, the fusion would definitely fail. Instead of wasting 10 Stage 2 Soul Tinders, it was better to save them to upgrade a few Stage 2 troops, such as upgrading all the Stage 1 elite troops to Stage 2. But Jiang Li still couldn't help but try his luck. Perhaps he would succeed. If he succeeded, he would earn a lot. Buzz. The fusion interface appeared. 10 pitch-black Soul Tinders were lined up in a row, shining with a pure black light. Then, they gradually gathered in the center and gathered. Fusion begins. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. Whoosh! The countdown ended. Within the interface, a dark light bloomed. It was so strong that it seemed to swallow all the light, and Jiangali's face was dark. Fusion failed. 4 big red words appeared. This buy-in. Oh no. Jiangali's mouth twitched. He closed the fusion interface and covered his forehead. He murmured, I knew it. I knew it, Qian. 10 level 2 soul tinders are gone, just like that. Jiangali sighed. If it's used to upgrade to a level 1 elite troop, I can upgrade 5 of them. But I don't have that many elite units to upgrade. I'm still too greedy. No. Jiangali shook his head. It's a failure. This failure is a stepping stone for future success. Failure is the mother of success. Besides, aren't there still 5 level 2 soul tinders left? Jiangali comforted himself. Upgrade 2 spear mechs. Let's go. Jiangali called the spear mechs over and used 4 level 2 soul tinders and 400 energy points to upgrade 2 spear mechs to level 2. Whoosh! With the level 2 soul tinder and energy points, the 2 spear-wielding mechs were upgraded. Their bodies glowed with light. A few seconds later, the promotion was completed. The 2 spear mechs were both upgraded to the early stage of level 2 and became level 2 troops. Continue to level up. Jiangali used 56,000 energy points to upgrade the 2 spear mechs to the perfected stage of level 2. As a result, all of Jiangali's level 1 elite troops had been upgraded to the perfected stage of level 2. It included JC-01, GJS-01, CQ-01, CQ-02, and CQ-03. There were a total of 5. The number of cold weapon mechs was reduced by 2, and it became 3298. There were 2 more level 2 mechs. It became 10,007th. Make 2 cold weapon mechs. Jiangali used 20 energy points to get 2 cold weapon mechs. Buzz. The manufacturing interface appeared. Creating troops. A minute later. Creation complete. Sure. 2 cold weapon mechs appeared in front of Jiangali and saluted him. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. Yes. Yes. Jiangali nodded. Upgrade 2 cold weapon mechs. Sure. Sure. He used 280 energy points to upgrade the 2 cold weapon mechs to the perfected stage of level 1. The number of cold weapon mechs increased to 3,300. After the consumption just now, Jiangali only had 1 level 2 soul tinder left, and his energy points had decreased to 359,800. I've prepared everything I need to do. Now, I'm just waiting for night to come. I'll go to Qingshan Valley and trade with the Half-Monster Alliance again. The Half-Monster Alliance is very powerful, Jiangali said. If there's no other problem, it's indeed a good place for a long-term deal. However, I have a feeling that things won't go as smoothly as I expected. Jiangali had a lot of things to do recently, so he hadn't settled the rewards for the last defense battle and the compensation for the deceased. Jiangali took advantage of the time now and asked Hong Qianqi to bring over the list of military merits and the names of the deceased. He would give them different rewards and pensions according to the merits recorded on it. Merit points could be exchanged for contribution points, which could then be used to exchange for items in the contribution pavilion. As long as one had enough contribution points, they could even exchange for rank 2 cultivation techniques. If you don't want contribution points, you can exchange them for silver. After distributing the rewards and pension, taking everything into account, he had only spent 20 million taels of silver. For Jiangali, it could only be considered a drop in the ocean. Furthermore, Jiangali had increased the reward on purpose. Of course, cultivation methods and martial arts techniques were not included. If one killed more than 10 demon soldiers, they would be rewarded with a cultivation technique or martial arts technique. Time passed. At noon, Jiangali finally finished his work. City Lord. Jiangali hadn't rested for half an hour when Hanliki rushed over and reported to Jiangali, a messenger from the Black Dragon County has come. He said that the new county king has sent an invitation to invite you to attend a banquet in the county capital of the Black Dragon County. The new Jiangwan. Huh. Jiang Li was surprised. Where's the messenger from the Black Dragon County? Where's the invitation? He's at the county office. He said that he has to personally hand the invitation to you, Han Liki said. Oh. Let's go. Jiang Li stood up. Let's go meet him. Yes. Han Liki nodded. He thought for a while and suddenly said, City Lord, I heard that the new Commandu Prince is the third prince, Chen Shishi. Chen Shishi, the third prince you recommended to me last time. Jiang Li stopped. Yes, I am. Han Liki nodded. I was not clear about your true abilities in the past. That's why I said those things. I hope that you can forgive me. On the surface, Chen Shishi doesn't seem to get along well with King Chen. In fact, they are life and death friends and King Chen's confidant. Han Liki. I'm surprised. Jiang Li suddenly smiled and looked at Han Liki. If I remember correctly, you're just a small county lord. I didn't expect you to know so many secrets. This subordinate had inadvertently heard about this in the capital. Han Liki explained. He. Jiang Li smiled but didn't say anything. 10 minutes later. At the county office. In the reception hall. Jiang Li and Han Liki pushed the door open and walked in. Han Liki deliberately walked half a step behind to show his respect. In the reception hall, a young man with a thin face was sitting. County Magistrate Han. The young man stood up with a saber at his waist. He had an imposing appearance and extremely heavy in a force. His palms were wide and his face was ashen. You must be City Lord Jiang. The young man looked at Jiang Li. When he saw that Han Liki was walking half a step behind Jiang Li, he smiled and saluted Jiang Li. I'm Tai Changdao. I've come to the Great Xia City to deliver the invitation under the orders of the new regional king. City Lord Jiang, please. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Changdao took out an invitation card from his chest. It was red and looked extremely festive. The words invitation card were written in gold on it. Wen Gang walked out from behind Jiang Li and reached for the invitation in Tai Changdao's hand. Tai Changdao let go of the invitation and it fell into Wen Gang's hand. After making sure there was no problem with the invitation, Wen Gang gave it to Jiang Li. Yes. Jiang Li took it and opened the invitation. I'm acting on King Chen's order and King Chen thinks highly of me. He appointed me as the Commandu Prince of Black Dragon County. As I'm new here, I'm not familiar with the details of Black Dragon County. I'll hold a banquet at noon tomorrow and invite the 5 city lords to attend. I hope you can arrive on time to discuss many matters in Black Dragon County. To the City Lord of Great Xia City, Jiang Li. The invitation has been delivered. The Riverview City Lord has arrived on time. I shall take my leave. Tai Changdao cupped his hands and said. All right, he said. I'll be there. Jiang Li closed the invitation. I'll be there. I will definitely pass on City Lord Jian's words to the regional king. I'm sure the regional king will be very happy to hear this, Tai Changdao said. I also hope so. Jiang Li stepped aside. Tai Changdao lowered his head slightly and quickly passed by Jiang Li. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He quickened his pace and left the county government office in the blink of an eye. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. After they left the county office, Tai Changdao heaved a sigh of relief. With a lingering fear on his face, he muttered to himself, the people around Jiang Li are really terrifying. Although I can't feel any internal force or blood from them, they make me feel cold. You must know that my cultivation has already reached the late stage of the 2nd rank. Especially the last one in black leather armor. He makes me shudder. Hurry back to the county city and report this matter to the regional king. Tai Changdao quickly left the city and rode on his horned scale horse. We can't underestimate Jiang Li. He's able to take care of Red Dragon and the demon army of Red Dragon County. He's definitely not a simple person. He's not as easy to deal with as we thought. Chapter 145 The Conditions. In the county office. City Lord, are you really going to attend this banquet? Han Liki asked in a low voice. I feel that the banquet this time is not a good one. The Imperial Court of Dhn has sent a new regional king at this time. Furthermore, he is the third prince, King Qian's trusted aide. I'm afraid he doesn't have good intentions. No need to say more, I'll only make arrangements. Jiang Li didn't want to explain anything. He just threw the invitation to Wen Gang and left the county government office. Han Liki looked at Jiang Li and lowered his head in silence. A treacherous plot. Jiang Li looked in the direction of the Black Dragon County and chuckled. Great. I'd like to see what kind of people the higher-ups in the Imperial Court are. In reality, just based on the current situation, even if Jiang Li knew it wouldn't be a good feast, he had to go. If they went, they could still buy some time. If they didn't go, the army of the Imperial Court of Dhn might come and send more than 2-digit Stage 3 experts. To tell the truth, Jiang Li didn't have a good chance of winning. Since the Imperial Court of Great Qian had sent the third prince to the banquet and held this so-called banquet, it meant that they didn't want to use the army yet. They wanted to deal with Jiang Li through other means. Or rather, the military situation in the Imperial Court was tense, so they couldn't send a large number of troops to deal with Jiang Li. He could only take a step back. No matter what the situation was, it was a good thing for Jiang Li. With YNSH-01, who was at the perfected stage of level 3, Jiang Li wasn't afraid to go to the party. The night came. The city gate of the Great Xia City opened. Jiang Li sat in the passenger seat of YS-01 and sent out 100 transport mechs, 58 of which were loaded with silver and gold. The remaining 42 were the mech troops. YNSH-01, as well as the perfected Stage 2 elite troops, were also going. Let's go. Qingshan Valley. Jiang Li shouted. Destination, Qingshan Valley. Rumble. The treading on flat ground skill was activated. Hundreds of transport trucks moved at full speed. The roar of the engine sounded and the speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the misty night. I hope the deal between you and the Half-Monster Alliance will go smoothly without any accidents. Hong Chanchi stood on the city wall and prayed in his heart as he watched the carriages disappear into the night. He turned to the city guards and said, "All of you better keep your eyes open and increase the patrols, you hear me?" "Yes." The city guard responded in a loud and clear voice. Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom, Red Dragon County City. The ground shook. The Crown Prince led 100,000 elite troops of the Demon Kingdom to the county city of Red Dragon County. In addition, when they passed by Yahuan County, they also forcibly conscripted 50,000 demon soldiers from Yahuan County. Furthermore, Yi Huang was also forced by the Crown Prince to participate in the war. The Crown Prince's general. Although Yi Huang was unhappy, he appeared to be very respectful on the surface. The 100,000 elite troops of the Fey Kingdom have marched for a day and a night. Why don't we rest in the Red Dragon County City for a night and set off tomorrow? Yes. All right. The Crown Prince nodded and said in a low voice, "Let's rest for a night. We'll go to the Black Dragon County tomorrow and complete His Majesty's order. We'll destroy the Great Xia City and take Jiang Li's head." "That's for sure." Yi Huang smiled. With the Crown Prince's general taking action, a mere human city will be a piece of cake. It can be destroyed in minutes. "No, County King Yi, you are wrong." The Crown Prince shook his head. His eyes were calm and emotionless as he said, "Even when a lion fights a rabbit, it must use its full strength. No matter who the enemy is or how big your chances of winning are, you can't be blindly confident. You must go all out. On the battlefield, any carelessness can cause irreparable consequences, even leading to the failure of the entire war. That's why I let the army rest for a night to prepare for the battle that's about to come tomorrow in the best condition." Yi Huang scoffed. The Crown Prince's general is right. I've learned a lot. County King Yi, you should know the Red Dragon's strength better than me. If he goes all out and burns his bloodline, he can reach the mid-stage of the 3rd level or even fight against the late stage of the 3rd level, the Crown Prince said. But he was still killed. From this, it can be seen that the Great Xia City has the weakest late-stage Tier 3 martial artist. In addition to the destruction of 100,000 demon soldiers, the Great Xia City's military strength is definitely not small. This buy-in. Yi Huang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. General, you said that Jiang Li is a tough nut to crack, right? No matter how hard the bones are, I'll gnaw them to pieces. Kill them. The Crown Prince shouted, the souls of hundreds of thousands of demon civilians and demon soldiers in Red Dragon County must be washed away with the blood of Great Xia City and Jiang Li's life. Yes. Yi Huang nodded his head solemnly. Let's enter the city. The Crown Prince walked towards the county city of Red Dragon County with Yi Huang following closely behind. The 150,000 demon soldiers behind him entered the city one after another, and the demon citizens of Red Dragon County welcomed them. The night came. Jiang Li had already arrived outside Qingshan Valley. Stop the car. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. The engine stopped and the light disappeared. The 100 transport match all stopped. City Lord Jiang. In less than half a minute, Yi Kuei walked out of the forest and came to greet Jiang Li. He bowed to Jiang Li and said with a smile, "You're early again this time. It's not midnight yet. You guys came earlier than me. Let's go." Jiang Li got off the truck. YNSH-01 and the Rank 2 elite soldiers also got off and followed Jiang Li. This is a Kasaya. Huh. Yi Kuei was stunned because he saw the mechanical mammoth cavalry behind Jiang Li. It was 9 meters tall and extremely burly. It gave off an overwhelming pressure that made him feel suffocated. Gulp. Yi Kuei swallowed his saliva. Elder Yi Kuei, have you brought the herbs for the trade? Jiang Li asked. Ahem. Yi Kuei coughed lightly, that's only natural. The medicinal herbs to be traded today have already been transported to Qingshan Valley. We are just waiting for City Lord Jiang. All right, he said. I'm fine. Jiang Li smiled. Since we're here in advance, let's start the deal in advance. Elder Yi Kuei, what do you think? No problem, he said. Please, Yi Kuei nodded and motioned. Yes. Let's go. Jiang Li followed them and entered Qingshan Valley. The 100 transport match followed behind him while the other match were on alert. Very quickly. Soon, Jiang Li arrived at Qingshan Valley. In the valley, there were many large carriages surrounded by half-beasts. They were well equipped and there were many of them. The carriages were covered with canvas. Although he couldn't see what was inside, he smelled herbs. Furthermore, this time there were many times more large carriages than last time. The entire Qingshan Valley was almost full. Jiang Li was in a better mood when he saw this. These were all energy points. City Lord Jiang, how is it? Yi Kuei waved his hand and said with a proud tone, are these herbs enough? I've spent a lot of effort to transport it from other sub-leagues. It's all right. I'll go, Jiang Li said. Wang Gang. Jiang Li glanced at her. Yes. Wang Gang nodded and received the order. He opened the doors of the transport trucks behind him, and the white and golden silver and gold came into view. One car after another. Under the moonlight, the reflection of silver and gold blinded his eyes. Gulp. Yi Kuei's eyes widened and he swallowed his saliva. How much is this Swen and I? City Lord Jiang, did you bring all your assets? He. Jiang Li smiled but didn't say anything. Family. This was only a part of what Jiang Li had gained. Elder Yi Kuei, let's start the trade. Yes, Jiang Li said. I'll give you the money and the goods. Ahem. Yi Kuei regained his senses and coughed lightly. I'm afraid that's not possible. Before this transaction, City Lord Jiang still needs to meet a lord. The smile on Jiang Li's face disappeared. He said coldly, Elder Yi Kuei, you've disappointed me. We should only talk about business and not anything else. City Lord Jiang, don't be so angry. At this moment, Hongling came over and said with a smile, I'm only letting City Lord Jiang meet him. Furthermore, this is a good thing for City Lord Jiang. I'm not going. You're right, Jiang Li said coldly. City Lord Jiang, if you don't agree, I'm afraid this deal will not work. Yi Kuei took a deep breath. Then I won't do it. Let's go. Jiang Li waved his hand and the door of the transport truck opened. Electric mechs and mechanical rangers rushed out one after another. Oh woo! The mechanical wolf soldiers howled in unison. Clang! Clang! The mech knight pulled out his long spear. The blade of the spear glowed coldly under the bright moonlight, and electric arcs appeared around the electric mech. Whoosh! YNSH-01's body flickered with the light of psionic energy. Catcher! Catcher! JJ-01 raised his sniper rifle. Jiang Li. Ikuei and Honglon's pupils constricted. They didn't expect Jiang Li to attack them without hesitation. Ha ha ha, what a good city lord Jiang, such a decisive person. Suddenly, from afar, a figure that had blended into the darkness was quickly approaching. His figure had arrived before his laughter, which meant that his speed had already broken through the sound barrier. Jiang Li couldn't even catch the figure with his eyesight. Hurry up! It was too fast. Furthermore, the man seemed to have become one with the darkness and completely hid his aura. Jiang Li was only at the early stage of level 1. There was a huge gap between them. In the blink of an eye, the figure rushed in front of Jiang Li. Whoosh! The black light gathered and the spiritual chi formed a giant black palm. It grabbed at Jiang Li. Bang! The next moment, an explosion sounded. YNSH-01 immediately changed into a close combat form. His arms turned into scythes and his figure flickered. The black blade light cut through the night sky and shattered the black palm. The energy exploded, forming a storm. Shua. Wengang immediately took Jiang Li away from the battlefield. Jiang Li quickly calmed down. Although he was caught off guard, he didn't panic. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Prepare for battle." "Wait, Jinjin, wait." Ikuei shouted. "What?" The figure that had blended into the darkness was surprised. He looked at YNSH-01 and landed on the top of a tree. Tier 3. Furthermore, he's at the Great Circle of Tier 3. Whoosh! YNSH-01 raised its head. Its eyes were filled with psionic energy. Mechanical psionic energy filled its body and body like a black mist. The psionic cannons on his shoulders were gathering energy. Boom! Boom! The psionic cannon fired, and the pitch-black energy cannonball was blasted out at the fastest speed possible. It was as fast as lightning, and it directly bombarded the figure standing on the treetop. Chapter 146 Half Price. Whoosh! In a flash, the figure disappeared from the spot at an extremely fast speed as if it had teleported, avoiding the psionic cannon blast of YNSH-01. Boom! The psionic cannonball exploded, and the giant tree's crown disappeared into thin air as if it had been vaporized. Dark psionic radiance spread in all directions. Waves of fluctuation spread out. Dozens of meters away, the figure appeared again and sized up the place where he had been standing. With the power of this attack, if I were to be hit by it head-on, I'd have a hard time. His tone was filled with lingering fear, but his eyes were very calm. There was even a hint of a smile in them. It was obvious that he was just saying it. What a fast speed! Jiang Li took a deep breath. The man gave him a lot of pressure. He was definitely at level 3, and he was probably at the perfected stage. Otherwise, with YHSH-01's strength, he could easily take down the other party. YNSH-01 was retreating back to Jiang Li's side. The mechanical psionic energy around it was running. Its scythe-like arms were cold as it stared at the enemy. Charge! Roar! Charge! The mechanical mammoth ranger launched a charge and used its skill. Its 9-meter-tall body was like a hill as it charged forward. Rumble! The entire Qingshan Valley seemed to be shaking. City Lord Jian, don't be rash. Ikuei shouted. A mere second rank. The figure sneered, his tone somewhat disdainful. Buzz. He raised his hands and a black light gushed out. His half-demon power gathered and formed a tough black light curtain in front of him. Heavy strike. The mechanical mammoth knight raised its mammoth ivory spear and clenched it with both hands. It gathered its power and charged forward with an indomitable momentum. The pure white spear shimmered in the moonlight. It pierced through. Thump. The mammoth ivory spear directly pierced the black light curtain, and the powerful force burst out, causing the black light curtain to cave in. What powerful strength! The figure was stunned for a moment. But it's not enough. Gravity stomp. Roar. The mechanical mammoth soldier roared and let out a deafening roar. It raised its huge forelimbs. Its extremely thick elephant hooves were like two huge stone pillars as it stepped on the black light screen. A bang was heard. The black light curtain exploded, turning into light spots that filled the sky. What? What? The figure exclaimed in disbelief. A mere rank 2 can actually break through my black light screen and possess such brute force. The power of such an attack has definitely reached the level of a rank 3. Boom. The mechanical mammoth knight immediately raised the bazooka in its left hand and aimed it at the figure in front of it. It immediately opened fire and the shells exploded. Shua. The figure dodged the cannonball again. The rocket exploded and a blinding flame burst out in the night sky. Shua. 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 Immediately after, Jiang Li waved his right hand and elite troops of perfected stage level 2 appeared, along with 100 perfected stage electric mechs. The mechanical ranger was ready to go. In Qingshan Valley, the half-fiend soldiers clenched their weapons and rushed forward. The war was imminent. The mechanical mammoth cavalry glared at Ikuei and Hongluan like a tiger watching its prey. The aura that came at them made their faces pale. He felt an immense pressure. Enough, stop fighting. The figure reappeared dozens of meters away. He looked at Jiang Li and said in a deep voice, Jiang Li, if we keep fighting, it won't end well for either of us. I was indeed rude this time. I can apologize to you. As soon as he finished speaking, she took the initiative to walk over and lifted her cloak, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Her facial features were well defined, but her face was sickly pale and she seemed to be soft. He took a closer look. Her eyes were completely black without any white. Sir, please. Ikuei and Hongluan's tone were apprehensive. You may leave. The other party waved his hand. Yes. Ikuei and Hongling heaved a sigh of relief and retreated. Jiang Li. The man looked at Jiang Li and took a deep breath. There was no emotion in his dark eyes. He said slowly, it's really beyond my expectations. I wanted to test you, but the strength you possess surprised me. The Great Circle of Tier 3. In the entire Great Genlord dynasty, how many people can reach the perfected stage of rank 3? If the Imperial Court of Dhn were to know that you actually have one by your side, they would definitely regret the decision they made back then. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Mo Ling, the Vice Alliance Master of the Wuzu Sub-Alliance of the Half-Monster Alliance. I hope what happened tonight won't affect the friendship between City Lord Jiang and the Half-Monster Alliance. Mo Ling revealed a kind smile. Hongluan revealed a stunned expression and exchanged a glance with Ikuei, thinking, since when did our Lord Deputy Chief smile at others? As expected. It still depended on who it was directed at. In reality, Mo Ling felt like he had kicked an iron plate. She didn't pay much attention to Jiang Li and thought he was just a small figure with some fortuitous encounters. If Jiang Li didn't kill the Red Dragon and 100,000 demon soldiers, Mo Ling would have forgotten about him. Tonight, she planned to test Jiang Li's strength first, then show the power of the Half-Monster Alliance. Then, she would tempt Jiang Li into joining the Half-Monster Alliance. The result. Jiang Li's strength was far beyond her expectations. Not only did he have experts at the perfected stage of level 3, but he also had many experts at the perfected stage of level 2. It was just a deal, yet he had brought so many soldiers. Her plan had completely failed. What happened tonight has seriously affected the friendship between the Great Sheer City and the Half-Monster Alliance. There is a crack that is difficult to repair. Jiang Li shook his head and said in a deep voice, this city lord has always adhered to the principle of fair trade. Today, it seems that your alliance doesn't think this way. This really disappoints the city lord. Mo Ling's expression froze for a moment before he replied with a smile, City Lord Jiang, what do you think? The Half-Monster Alliance is willing to sell these herbs at half the price to express our apology. My lord, half the price is too low. We will try to negotiate. Ikuei could not help but ask. Shut up. Mo Ling snorted coldly. I'm Ying. Ikuei was speechless. Although you're the deputy chief, you're the one who made this mess. Why should I clean it up? How much money will I lose if I sell it at half the price? The economic situation of Wizhu Sub-League was already very tight. A higher rank could crush a higher rank. It's too difficult for me. My Vice Alliance leader, can't you just make a deal with Jiang Li? Why did he have to do all this? Now, not only did he not win over the person, but he also lost so many medicinal herbs. It was so uncomfortable. Of course. Ikuei only dared to think of these words in his heart. If he were to say it out loud, he would definitely not dare to say it out loud. If he were to say it out loud, he would probably be skinned alive by Mo Ling. Half price. Jiang Li's expression didn't change. Actually, I don't care about money, but Alliance Master Mo insisted on selling it to me at half price, so I had to agree. Let's trade first. Ying Luo. The corners of Mo Ling's mouth twitched. Time passed. A few hours later, the transaction was completed. One hand for the money, one hand for the goods. Ikuei had brought over 10 times the amount of medicinal herbs that he had brought back previously. They were worth 60 million taels of gold. It was obvious that he was prepared to make a huge profit. However, such a thing had happened. In the end, Jiang Li only spent 30 million taels of gold. He had saved a total of 30 million gold taels. The reason why the transaction took a few hours was that it took time to transport the herbs and gold and silver. He had spent 520 million taels of silver and 24.8 million taels of gold. Jiang Li still had 27.2 million taels of gold left. Because there were too many herbs, Jiang Li didn't have enough transport match to transport all the herbs back, so he sent transport match to the Great Xia City through XX01. Medicinal herbs worth 60 million gold. If it wasn't for the half price, the silver I brought today wouldn't be enough to buy these medicinal herbs. I'm short by more than 2 million taels of gold, Jiang Li thought. Elder Ikuei, I am very satisfied with this transaction. Jiang Li patted Ikuei's shoulder and smiled. Ying Luo. Ikuei put on a fake smile, his heart aching so much that he couldn't breathe. Of course you're satisfied, but I've suffered a huge loss. Half an hour later, the transport match arrived and loaded all the herbs into the trucks. They filled up 400 large military transport trucks, and one of them was half filled. Let's go back to the city. Let's go. Jiang Li sat in the passenger seat of YS-01 and led the transport match back to the Great Xia City. The large military transport trucks gradually disappeared from Mo Ling's sight. Great Qianqian, we've lost 30 million taels of gold this time. 30 million. Finally, Ikuei couldn't help but wail. Shut up. Mo Ling's face turned black. Ikuei was extremely depressed. Let's go back, he said. Mo Ling took a deep breath. I'll tell you about this myself. Jiang Li is much stronger than we expected. I miscalculated this time. Ikuei and Hong Luan did not dare to say anything. On the other side, on the way back to the city, stop the car. Jiang Li got out of the car and walked to the truck. He put his hands on the herbs and started to convert them into energy points. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? A notification appeared. Yes. Jiang Li confirmed. Buzz. A white light flashed. A truck of medicinal herbs was successfully converted. Conversion successful. You've received 150,000 energy points. Continue. Jiang Li walked to another truck. Buzz. A white light flashed. Conversion successful. You've received 150,000 energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 150,000 energy points. 10 minutes later, Jiang Li had finished converting all the ordinary herbs on the 400 large military transport trucks. The last truck was half filled with herbs. Convert. Jiang Li reached out and confirmed the conversion. Sure. A white light flashed. The medicinal ingredients had disappeared. Conversion successful. You've received 60,000 energy points. A notification appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I've finally completed the transformation. Jiang Li was relieved. He shook his right hand and opened the Dominator panel to check how many energy points he had. Chapter 147, 100,000 troops. In the energy points column, the number of energy points increased from 359,800 to 604,19800. The 8-digit number made Jiang Li's breath quicken. More than 60.4 million. Wuzu Subleague of the Half-Monster Alliance is my lucky star, Jiang Li murmured and smiled. I've made a lot of money from the deal with Wuzu Subleague of the Half-Monster Alliance. I have to say that Wuzu Subleague is my lucky star. With so many herbs, if I were to come here alone, I don't know how long it would take me to get them. The Half-Monster Alliance is different. It's very powerful. The one in the Wuzu plane is only one of its sub-alliances, and there are connections between the sub-alliances. It's really hard to find such a good trading partner. Sure. Let's go. Jiang Li closed the Dominator panel and ordered the mechs to throw away all the wooden boxes and burn them like last time. The flames were blazing, and the flames soared into the sky. When Jiang Li returned to the Great Xia City, it was already daytime. One had to know. Jiang Li had to attend a banquet in the county capital of the Black Dragon County this afternoon. He really didn't have time to rest. Outside the city, in a vast open space 1,000 meters away from the Great Xia City, Jiang Li stood there. Build 16,700 combat mechs, 16,700 cold weapon mechs, 16,700 firearm mechs, 16,700 biochemical mechs, and 86 intel mechs. Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel and used 668,860 energy points to build 66886 mechs at the early stage of level 1. An illusionary manufacturing interface appeared before his eyes. In the interface, 5 illusionary figures appeared. 4 of them had the word X16700 next to them, while the last one had the word X86 next to it. Buzz. Countless light spots filled in. The illusionary figure gradually solidified. A minute later, the illusionary figure turned into a physical existence. Creation complete. A notification appeared. Sure. Sure. Whoosh. The next moment, the figures in the manufacturing interface were projected into the real world and appeared out of thin air. The figures of the mechs appeared in the open space. There were many of them, and they stood in 5 groups. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. More than 60,000 mechs saluted Jiang Li. Their voices were in unison. Jiang Li felt like he was going through a military parade. His heart was filled with pride. Good, good. Jiang Li was very satisfied. They were all his soldiers. Sure. Congratulations, my lord. Because you created 16,700 cold weapon mechs at the same time, a special probability has been triggered. You've obtained level 1 elite troops, Archer Mech X-19, Spear Mech X-17, and Huge Axe Mech X-20. Elite troops. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows and smiled. The probability of triggering this is quite high. I got 56 level 1 elite troops in total. Elite troops, step forward. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. In the cold weapon mech group, 56 mechs walked out. 19 of them were archers with bow weapons and 17 were spearmen with spear weapons. Jiang Li was familiar with these 2 types of elite troops. Other than that, that would be 20 huge axe mechs. This was the new rank 1 elite troop class. Troop type, huge axe mech, elite. Rank, early stage of rank 1. No, JF01. Skill 1, level 1 low-grade cold weapon mastery. Skill 2, level 1 inferior grade axe technique. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 40 energy points. The huge axe mech had 2 broad axes on his back. The blades of the axes glowed with cold light. They were made of special alloy and were very sharp and powerful. The axe and the handle were half the length of the huge axe mech. 66886 mechs have been upgraded. Jiang Li used 937,1880 energy points, which was nearly 10 million, to upgrade all the mechs he just made to the perfected stage of level 1. Among them, the 56 elite troops used 15,680 points, and the remaining 66,830 ordinary troops used 935,6200 points. Sure. There were more than 60,000 mechs, and each of them was shining with light. The light gathered together and was extremely dazzling. A few seconds later, more than 60,000 mechs were upgraded. All the equipment was complete. They were all promoted to sergeant. Currently, Jiang Li had 20,000 combat mechs, 20,000 cold weapon mechs, 20,000 firearm mechs, 20,000 biochemical mechs, and 100 intel mechs. Build 2,000 electric-powered mechs, 2,000 transport mechs, 2,000 artillery mechs, 2,000 tank mechs, and 2,000 mechanical rangers. Jiang Li used 10 million energy points to create 10,000 level 2 units. Sure. The manufacturing interface appeared. 5 illusionary figures appeared, and there was a X2000 beside each illusionary figure, representing the number to be manufactured. Countless light spots filled in. It gradually solidified. A minute later, creation complete. Sure. The next moment, in the open space in front of him, 10,000 level 2 mechs appeared in front of Jiang Li one by one. It occupied a large open space. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. Thank you. The 10,000 mechs shouted in unison and saluted Jiang Li. All right, he said. Jiang Li smiled. As a result, Jiang Li now had 4,000 transport mechs, 4,000 electric mechs, 4,000 artillery soldiers, 4,000 tank mechs, and 4,000 mechanical rangers. In addition, there were second-rank elite troops and the only third-rank psionic biochemical soldiers. Jiang Li had 100,108 mechs in total. It had exceeded 100,000. Prompt, congratulations, Lord, you have more than 100,000 mech soldiers and have successfully obtained the authority to activate Mech Air Force Service or Mech Navy Service. Please collect a 9 Stage 3 Soul Tinder and 100 million energy points as soon as possible to activate Mech Air Force Service or Mech Navy Service. Sure. Immediately, a notification popped up in Jiang Li's line of sight. This buy-in. I've finally gathered 100,000 soldiers. I've gained the right to activate a new military type, but the requirements are too harsh. In the current situation, it's difficult to meet these two conditions. 9 level 3 Soul Tinders and 100 million energy points. Neither of these two conditions is easy to get. No. Jiang Li shook his head. Sure. Prompt, congratulations, Lord. You have more than 100,000 mechs and have reached the basic standard of an army. You have successfully obtained the authority to open the Army Base interface. Please gather 9 Stage 3 Soul Tinders and 10 million energy points as soon as possible to open the Army Base interface. Soon after, another notification appeared in Jiang Li's line of sight. This time, it wasn't a military type, but an army base. However, the conditions were the same. They both needed 9 level 3 Soul Tinders and 100 million energy points, which Jiang Li couldn't achieve at the moment. In any case, the authority has been activated. The next step is to gather the Soul Tinder and energy points as soon as possible. Jiang Li wasn't depressed. Instead, he was full of energy. He was even looking forward to the opening of the military base and other military units. In the energy points column, after Jiang Li stopped the mass killing, the number of energy points decreased to 403,79060 points. He used up 200,40740 points in total, more than 20 million energy points. There's still over 40 million left. I'll be able to rank more than 2,800 if I use all these energy points to upgrade my level 2 troop classes, Jiang Li murmured. Upgrade 400 electric mechs, 400 transport mechs, 500 artillery mechs, 500 tank mechs, and 500 mechanical rangers. It took 14,000 energy points to upgrade a level 2 mech to the perfected stage. Jiang Li upgraded 2,300 level 2 mechs, which cost him 322,000 energy points. Buzz. Woo woo woo. The 2,300 level 2 mechs glowed. They were dazzling when they gathered together. After a few seconds, they completed the upgrade. All of them had reached the Great Circle of Stage 2. His military rank was promoted to First Lieutenant. This way, not including the Mechanical Mammoth Rangers. All of Jianglei's level 2 troops had 500 soldiers at the perfected stage of level 2. The number was extremely equal, so there would be no shortcomings. It was an all-round development. Among them, after the tank mech reached the peak of Stage 2, the tank doubled in size and the barrel doubled in diameter. The capacity of the cannonball increased from 100 to 1,000. The interior of the tank had a simple space-folding technology to store the tank shells. Of course, other than that, there was also a tank machine gun with a caliber of 13 millimeters. Its ammunition capacity had been increased to 100,000 rounds and its firing rate had reached 3,000 rounds per minute. It was much faster than the firing speed of the fire mechs. After the cannon was upgraded to the peak of the Type 2 realm, the cannon had become a howitzer, or cannon for short. The caliber had reached 200 millimeters and the range had increased to 50 kilometers. A 200 millimeters cannon barrel was already extremely exaggerated. The pitch-black muzzle was like a black hole, making people feel cold. Each shell weighed about 50 kilograms. The cannonball capacity had been increased from 50 to 200 rounds. Similarly, after the main cannon vehicle was upgraded, it was equipped with a simple space-folding technology to store cannonballs. It could be said that the space-folding technology was no longer exclusive to transportation mechs. Finally, it was the mechanical rangers. After the mech rangers reached the peak of Stage 2, their size doubled and they were even more powerful. They were also equipped with small cannons which could fire long-range attacks. The mechanical ranger's equipment set had all been upgraded to Tier 2 top tier. His skills had also been upgraded. Next, it's time to distribute the troops. No. Jianglei said, first of all, the Great Xia City needs to be heavily guarded. The Green Mountain Range is the border. We need more troops to guard it. Besides, we need to bring enough soldiers to attend the banquet in the county capital of Black Dragon County. However, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom is under the protection of the Celestial Water City. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Even if there is a problem, it won't affect the Great Xia City for the time being. However, Yingluo, Jianglei thought for a long time it's better to send a division to check out the situation.